funny.
Tuesday, Amori.
The sun shined brighter when she was here. There's no sunshine when she's gone. Only darkness every...
Whatever Wednesday.
Some hilarious pranks on Stella. They are a real picky eater, so let's make them eat poop. Oh, come on, dude. I don't want to make Stella...
Thursday, Ace Attorney Investigations 2.
Hey, why? Is this why they kept it from America? Is it because of Ray? Ray's just a problematic character. Just like, come here, young lady. You look pretty sexy. Come hug old Uncle Ray.
Friday, Yakuza Kiwami 2.
Oh shit, dude. Oh, I forgot about that one. That is so brutal. I wanted the gun. Where's the gun at? There we go. And I just shoot him.
Monday, Stray.
Does it nod when I meow? Meow. That's funny.
Tuesday, Amori.
The sun shined brighter when she was here. There's no sunshine when she's gone. Only darkness every...
Whatever Wednesday.
Some hilarious pranks on Stella. They are a real picky eater, so let's make them eat poop. Oh, come on, dude. I don't want to make Stella...
Thursday, Ace Attorney Investigations 2.
Hey, why? Is this why they kept it from America? Is it because of Ray? Ray's just a problematic character. Just like, come here, young lady. You look pretty sexy. Come hug old Uncle Ray.
Friday, Yakuza Kiwami 2.
Oh shit, dude. Oh, I forgot about that one. That is so brutal. I wanted the gun. Where's the gun at? There we go. And I just shoot him.
Monday, Stray.
Does it nod when I meow? Meow. That's funny.
Tuesday, Amori.
The sun shined brighter when she was here. There's no sunshine when she's gone. Only darkness every...
Whatever Wednesday.
Some hilarious pranks on Stella. They are a real picky eater, so let's make them eat poop. Oh, come on, dude. I don't want to make Stella...
Thursday, Ace Attorney Investigations 2.
Hey, why? Is this why they kept it from America? Is it because of Ray? Ray's just a problematic character. Just like, come here, young lady. You look pretty sexy. Come hug old Uncle Ray.
Friday, Yakuza Kiwami 2.
Oh shit, dude. Oh, I forgot about that one. That is so brutal. I wanted the gun. Where's the gun at? There we go. And I just shoot him.
Monday, stray.
Does it nod when I meow? Meow. That's funny.
Tuesday, Amori.
The sun shined brighter when she was here. There's no sunshine when she's gone. Only darkness every.
Whatever Wednesday.
Some hilarious pranks on Stella. They are a real picky eater, so let's make them eat poop. Oh, come on, dude. I don't want to make Stella.
Thursday, Ace Attorney Investigations 2.
Why? Is this why they kept it from America? Is it because of Ray? Ray's just a problematic character. Just like, come here, young lady. You look pretty sexy. Come hug old Uncle Ray.
Friday, Yakuza Kiwami 2.
Oh shit, dude. Oh, I forgot about that one. That is so brutal. I wanted the gun. Where's the gun at? There we go. And I just shoot him.
Monday, stray.
Does it nod when I meow? Meow. That's funny.
Tuesday, Amori.
The sun shined brighter when she was here. There's no sunshine when she's gone. Only darkness every.
Whatever Wednesday.
All right, happy Thursday. Some hilarious pranks on Stella. How's it going to anybody who might already be here? Happy Thursday. Let me fix my wig here. I think we're good. All right, we'll be continuing some Ace Attorney today. Oh, I guess I can take a little Lamb Dom down. He can go away. That's not tonight. So welcome in, everybody. We are going to be continuing our the first case of the Ace Attorney Investigations 2. We are just about at the end of it. I think we have one more section to go through, so hopefully we'll make it through it tonight. That would be cool. I would really like to move on to the next one next week if we can. Let's see. Let's see if I can't do a recap. You know, let's do the recap over with the game so we can look at the evidence. It's always easier. We can look at the evidence. There we go. Okay, let's see. Let's pop down to our organizer. Oh, yeah, I should have the controller working. Yep. Okay, so let's just recap the entire case so far. So this whole case started, it's actually directly connected with the tutorial case. So let's see, let me try to do this in some broad strokes. So President of Zheng Fa was giving a speech in our country of Japan and California, Britain, or whatever. And there was an attempt on his life. Turns out that the attempt on his life was sort of like planned by him, but either way, with how everything turned out, one of his bodyguards apparently killed the other one, so he was a murderer, and so he took him in. All this ended up happening on the plane from the Zheng Fa president, by the way. That comes up later. So afterwards, we got the guy, so we were going to go to court. Welcome, Crispy. And we were going to be the prosecutor in that case. But what happened was, while our while the defendant was in jail, he was killed. He was murdered. Good morning. And so that's basically got us onto this new case where we got to figure out who killed the defense or whatever, which his name was Knightley, Mr. Knightley as they call him. So we've now been trying to solve this murder case. So while we were trying to solve it, just trying to broad stroke this, we were introduced to two new characters, or actually I should say 3 new characters. First, we were introduced to Ray Shields. Ray Shields is, here, let me go to profiles, we can look at him. We were introduced to Raymond Shields, aka Ray Shields. So Ray Shields worked with Edgy Boy's father back in the day. So they were both defense attorneys, I guess. And he's actually been assigned to be the defense of Knightley. So Knightley was his client, I guess. I think he now has a new client, which is now a person who's been accused of killing Knightley, which is a guy named Simon Keys. We can get into that in a little bit, but yeah, we met Raymond, and so we also met, not him, but Justine Courtney and Sebastian DeBest. And these two, like, okay, so Justine is a judge, which is weird that she's not in the courtroom. She's out and about all the time. Anyways, so she's a judge, and she's like has a very religious slant and stuff. And then Sebastian DeBest is a rookie prosecutor, as it says there, and he thinks he's freaking awesome and stuff. And so the reason why we meet them is because Justine tells Edgeworth that because he did all that stuff on that Zhengfa plane, that he could have caused an international incident, and so he has now been taken off the case, and Sebastian DeBest is now going to take over for Edgeworth. So Edgy Boy, not so happy about that. So he found a loophole where if he teamed up with Ray Shields as his assistant, that he could still be a part of the investigation just as a defense. So we've now become Ray's assistant, and Ray didn't really like that at first. I'll just make a note here because he doesn't like that Edgeworth went off to learn from Von Karma, but you know, he's growing on him. It's all good. The best. Yes, that's exactly the joke, Crispy. You nailed it. And he accidentally mixes up saying the best and the best sometimes, so he'll actually mean his own name, but he'll say the best, and then he'll mean to say the best, but he'll say his own name. And so he does that kind of weird stuff too. But yeah, so that's sort of like a major conflict in this whole story. But back to the case. Let's see. So what we know about the case so far is that Knightley was found in, let's see, can we look at the floor plans? Okay, yeah, this helps out a little bit. I can point with my mouse. There we go. So here's the detention center, and the holding cell is where Knightley was being kept. And this is where we expected to find him, and he was supposed to leave the holding cell to then go to the detention center meeting room or whatever, the visitor's room like we always go to in Ace Attorney games. But he never made it. Anyways, long story short, he was supposed to be there, but he was found over in the prison, which is down this hallway. This is the prison. We're going to go to the right. And he was found in workroom B, I think. His body was found in there, and he was found by a worker that was in workroom A. Either that or I have it flip-flopped, but it doesn't really matter. One or the other. And he was seen, the other prisoners saw a dog, doing something on his neck. So just to skip ahead, let me see. I'm trying to say this in, the way the story was, but I don't want to go through every detail. So we found out that the dog I mentioned comes from a certain prisoner that's in the special cell right here, who is like an assassin, a blind assassin. And I guess he uses a little bell. That's always the last thing his victims hear is the bell before they die. Pretty badass, I guess. But anyways, he has a dog. Because everybody in the prison, I guess I should state, because this is not normal, has an animal, because there's some program that the wardens put in place for every prisoner to have an animal to help rehabilitate them, make them ready for the outside world. It's interesting, but either way, so he has this dog, but the dog was always his. It wasn't assigned to him by the prison, so it's his special assassin dog. So that was the one that was spotted there. So super sus, right? So let's see. some other things we found out. We have our...
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Papa? I'm going through this long-ass fucking recap here because this is a long case. But there's still plenty of it to go, so you haven't missed it, Papa, but welcome in, man. That brings me to, I guess, our defendant, Simon Keys. He's been accused of killing Knightley in the holding cell. Well, really, no, he's been accused of, killing Knightley in the workroom because he had access to the prison. So what we've learned about him is that he's an apprentice animal tamer, as it says there, for the Berry Big Circus. So the reason why that allows him access to the prison is because there was a show put on by the Berry Big Circus, just the animal tamer division, I guess. And so Simon was able to go into the workrooms and stuff. So that's why they suspect him to have killed Knightley, because he had access to that room, and he was the only one apparently that was like known to have been in there. So pretty sus. Imagine having such a complicated narrative. It takes 15 minutes to explain the plot, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, I could be doing a better job, to be honest. This is like me trying to pull it out of my own head. So to be fair, if I really wanted to, I could break this down a lot better. And sometimes I'm good at it, and some nights I'm not so good. So just bear with me, I guess. So anyway, so he's our defendant. He's the one that's being accused of killing Knightley. But we believe it to be the dog and the assassin because we found a couple things. So to go over that, let me go to the evidence. I think we got some stuff I can show. First, we found this bit of wiped floor that was right next to the bed in the holding cell, so it looked like there would have been blood there, and we found the victim's blood was there. Next, we found a hole underneath his bed, which I guess we don't have a picture of. Okay, but we do have a picture of the tunnel. So there was this tunnel, and we found that this tunnel connects to one of the cells in the prison. And so there was a way for someone to get to the holding cell from the prison without going through the security, is essentially the big thing here. That, and we found dog footprints. So pretty suspicious, you know, with having the big, you know, assassin dog or whatever. So we ended up having, like, this theory that the dog somehow like used the tunnel to go to the holding cells, murdered the guy in the holding cell, then drug his body all the way back through the tunnel, out of the hole in the prison cell, and then into the workroom. Now let me give you a little bit of an idea of what that looks like on the map. So we're talking dog gets out of here or whatever and makes his way to this cell. This is where it's at. Then he gets down in the hole. So then he goes in the hole, he goes like over and to the left, which brings us all the way to the holding cell. So then he comes up in the holding cell, kills the guy, drags him all the way back over, out of the cell, drags him into workroom B apparently, and then apparently hides the murder weapon, which I haven't gotten into, because apparently he found out the murder weapon is a chisel, and we did find the murder weapon in the dog's mouth. So apparently when the dog was by the guy's neck, when he was spotted by the prisoner, he was actually pulling the murder weapon off of the dog, or sorry, off of the body, hiding in his mouth, because he's a trained assassin dog. It's pretty freaking out there, dude. So the reasoning why all of that is kind of complicated, and I'm sure we're going to go into it as we go forward, so we won't get into too far of that, because we are actually right in the middle still of sort of confronting these theories that I'm going over right now. So some of the stuff could go away. We're about to use this new device called Mr. Analysis, so we're going to end up finding out some stuff. So let me see. I think that's pretty much where we're at. Was there anything else that I needed to go over? So there's like a small deal with the whole, like how prisoners go around. I guess we'll have to keep this in mind. I'm saying this for both you and me. But they do have these bracelets. And these bracelets let them go through doors. It's like the security bracelets. They can detect who's standing in front of the door. And if you're allowed in the door, it'll open or whatever. So the animals have chips that simulate that. And then the prisoners and the guards all have bracelets too. So if a prisoner is accompanied by a guard, then doors will open. But a prisoner cannot go through a door by themselves. Or else like an alarm would go off. Or it just won't open, I guess, or whatever. So yeah, I guess that's something to keep in mind as part of the thing at play. Because that's why the dog would have had to do all the dragging it around primarily. That's why he would have been able to do that, because the dog has a chip that would let him in. Anyways, so that's where we're at. We do have some footage of Knightley dying in his cell, so we kind of know like that's definitely where the death happened. So we kind of, I think we know that. I think everyone's accepting that now. But it is who killed him is still up for debate, whether it was the dog or not. But we believe it to be. But we'll see. Its turning levels are complex, though, to be fair. They are. They really are. And I think the thing that I struggle with sometimes when it comes to breaking stuff down quickly, and I'm sure this is probably like, honestly, this is the hardest part about doing it, is trying to cut corners and not leave out important details, you know? Because, like, I have this, like, innate want to just say whatever happens in order, you know, just tell you this happened and this happened and this happened, but that doesn't really matter. Like, the overall, like, what is happening right now that you need to know in order for us to go forward isn't necessarily every little detail, you know. It's helpful to know all these little details, but as a recap, I think the best recaps can kind of just go over the most important stuff so that you understand what's happening without getting too far into the details of he said, she said, whatever, you know. And then this funny joke happened or whatever, like, that doesn't matter. We're trying to broad stroke this shit, dude. Broad strokes. Biggest brush to paint with. We're trying to cover the canvas so we can start painting. So there you go. That's how I think about it anyways. But yeah, anyways, enough of just my voice. How about we get some like music going, get some voices. Let's do it, dude. Let's get into it. And yeah, if anybody came in during that, welcome in. Happy Thursday. Hope you guys are having a great one. Let me know, you know, what kind of day you had, what you got going on. But yeah, without further ado, we're gonna get started.
Mr. Edgeworth, do you know how to use Mr. Analysis?
A video analysis machine. Should I hear how to use it?
Well, I've never used it before, so I think we should hear the explanation. Plus, I like listening to Gumshoe talk. Detective Gumshoe, could you show me how to use it?
Of course, sir. Fundamentally, it's the same as investigating a crime scene. You just examine anything that piques your curiosity.
To examine, I just press the X button.
Now I'd like you to look at the buttons below the monitor. The left and right buttons just will rewind and fast forward respectively.
I just shot a child with a Nerf gun. Well, hey, there you go. Getting stuff accomplished. As long as it was a Nerf gun. As long as it was the Nerf gun I'm thinking of. The non-lethal. My sister is arriving sometime this afternoon. Oh, right on. For a few days. Can I just sleep for a few days until she goes? See, that definitely makes it sound like you're not close with your sister. If you'd just rather sleep through the whole thing. But I hope you guys have a good time.
And the center button lets you pause the video. Let's make a good use of it too. On our investigation, sir.
To rewind and fast forward, I use the Y and A buttons. And to pause, I use the B button.
Sounds good.
Well, paused, you can go to the previous frame or the next frame. You just use the same left and right buttons as before, sir. Next, I'll explain how to zoom in.
Zoom in and enhance. That's what she gets for pointing one at me. Papa nerfed this kid. Yep. I just really don't like people staying over. It's awkward. I gotcha.
Just point the cursor at the area you want to zoom in on and press the button on the upper left of Mr. Analysis. The one that says Zoom Plus.
It seems I can also use L button to zoom in.
And after you've zoomed in, you can examine it just like you would the original image. Use the previous frame and the next frame buttons to examine frame by frame. But you can't actually play back the video in this mode, so keep that in mind.
And what should I do if I want to zoom out?
Just press the top left button on Mr. Analysis again, sir. Now it should say Zoom Minus. And that concludes the explanation, sir. Well then, let's turn on Mr. Analysis.
Hey, what's up, Sal? Welcome in. I like my space. A lot of space. No, yeah, I get you for sure. Like, I get weird when I have to see family sometimes too, so. I know I'm I'm just making a joke, but yeah. Also, unless useless security camera. Oh, right, yeah, because it only like covers like the front part, like half of his cell. I totally agree. It's ridiculous. If you're gonna put a fucking security camera in a prisoner, you're gonna point it into the cell, not like just you know, I just get the first couple feet in the cell. I totally agree.
Use Mr. Analysis to examine any suspicious part of the video, sir.
This is the video from the detention center's camera. I believe this was the moment when Knightley was being attacked by the dog. If that wasn't the case, then what does it show? Is the person in this video really Knightley? And what is the true form of the black silhouette attacking this person? I should check the video and try to find the answers to these two questions.
Happy Thursday, friends. Stella would want you to know that they... Oh, I don't have the bleep here. Here we go. Love you.
There could be unexpected things in unexpected places. So be sure to check every nook and cranny of the video, sir.
What part of the video is strange?
I don't know. We'll have to find out. Let me flip back over here. It's playing it down here. Guess I should use my mouse. Is it in the mirror we're gonna see something? Zoom in. Detective. Zoom in and enhance. Okay, we're gonna get to where the dark thing is in the middle of the frame, and then we will examine that.
Nothing here. Should have another look at the video.
What? Are you saying there's nothing there? There's a black fucking silhouette right there.
Maybe I'll find something if I make use of the zoom feature.
As if I didn't just do that. Come on, dude. Alright, let's take another look. Let's zoom out. Maybe it's a different area. Oh, see, there's more. I just needed to look for longer. Let's see some frames here. Oh, it's like a cop. Isn't it like a cop's head? Doesn't it look like a cop's hat? Let's see if I can examine that. A reflection of this person can be seen in this mirror. Is that a cap on his head?
Actually, it looks kind of like the caps the prison guards wear, sir. You don't think it was a guard who was attacked?
Have you received a report of any guard being attacked by an animal?
No, not that I've heard, sir.
But you know, we did find was a guard costume in like a weird place, right? Or not costume, sorry. Uniform. If it was a costume, it'd be like one of those ones that's like way too small on like Party City or whatever. Then it was someone else wearing a guard's uniform. I see. I have evidence that shows what this cap is. It is... It's that thing I was talking about earlier. Let's go ahead and scam save. The stolen uniform. Oh yeah, I can't use the audio thing. I just gotta do it. There was no report of a guard being attacked by an animal. However, we did hear that a guard's uniform was stolen. Putting two and two together, I'd say this was a disguise for the purpose of a prison escape. So you think it was Elbert? Is that what we're saying then? How you feeling today, Stella? Dude, I got some new headphones today, and they are sick. They're so nice. They sound so good. Like, I thought those AKGs were good, and they were good. Don't get me wrong. But these are really fucking good. There are 5 drivers in there. That's like 5 tiny speakers. It's awesome. They sound so good.
Disguised as a guard? That sounds like it could have been successful, sir. Huh? Speaking of prison escapes.
Indeed.
That person certainly was successful. If the person in this video was not Knightley, then perhaps that black shadow was not a dog either.
If you zoom in, you should be able to see this. Its real shape, sir.
That's what I was trying to do in the first place. I had to show him the picture of the banana. So maybe like right as it's like coming at him. So let me rewind.
Zoom in and enhance.
Is it the tiny bear? Is that what it is? Well, let's enhance it. We'll find out. Guys, I think I'm turning a corner with my infection. Hell yes, Stella. That's so good to hear. I am so glad to hear that. You need a freaking break already.
This is... I fear we have made a grave miscalculation. This animal, this silhouette, no matter how you look at it, it is not a dog.
I mean, really? No matter how you look at it, it's not a dog? I mean, it would have to be a bear then, right? Because we're seeing the prison escape and everything. Everything is leaning towards Elbert, which is he had a bear with him. A little polar bear dude.
From the silhouette, I'd say the animal's not a dog, but a bear.
So then, in that photo I took...
Those footprints must have belonged to this bear, yes.
Which makes sense, because it was Elbert's, cell. So... Alright, come on, Crispy. Come on, if the bear killed the man, he killed the man! It's funny that you didn't care about the dog. I was nervous Ice earlier. My boss spoke to me and I really wanted me to come into the office tomorrow. Oh yeah, but he changed his mind and said to come back when a better... Oh, that's good. I'm glad that he said that, because, yeah, you need to fully heal before you go back to work. Come on. All right, let's see. Tunnel footprints data updated in my organizer.
Huh? Did you say a bear?
Yes. That man was the first to come to mind.
Of course he is. There's no other bear here.
We were under the impression that the person in this video was Knightley.
But it's his cell after all. Why would it be anyone else?
That line of logic no longer holds. Remember the tunnel under his bed? It's possible whoever used this tunnel is the one in this video.
It seems it is it's time to answer that question. Just who is the person in this video?
The person in this video is...
It must be Elbert, dude. I feel like everything is pointing towards Elbert. If it's not, I'll be so mad.
The person wearing the guard's uniform is... the escaped prisoner, J. Elbert. The probability is extremely high.
Which, it's like, funny that never crossed any of their minds in the first place. Because the entrance to the tunnel was in his cell. So that does make sense. I mean, I get why we assume that the person in the video is Knightley, don't get me wrong, but yeah, like, how does that explain how Elbert's missing now and everything? So, this makes sense.
His pet is a polar bear cub.
But the bear here is black.
We have evidence that can explain this matter. The reason the polar bear became black is...
Oh, that's a good question. He became black because... the tunnel is dirty? I mean... that's actually for stone uniform. It became black because... Did they shave it or something? Because polar bears have black skin, don't they? That doesn't make any sense, does it? What am I supposed to put forth for this one? Okay, let's just start at the very beginning. First, prosecutor's badge, no. Floor plans, no. Chessboard, no. Rubber glove? No. Prison sensor? No. Bloodstained sheet? No. Rope? No. Crime scene notes? No. Prison roll call? Can't imagine. Black dog? I mean, we're talking about a white bear. Saw its bracelet? I don't see how that works. Hound piece? Security footage? White Fuller? Knightley's memo? Prison investigation? Let's look at this. This has more details inside, right? Mr. DeBest and Warden Roland searched the entire prison but did not find the murder weapon. That's the only detail on this? Okay, well, perhaps not. Stolen uniform. Nightly cell key. Security gate. All I can think is the tunnel footprints, but it's not the footprints. It's the fact that he went through the tunnel? I mean, autopsy report, chisel, or Dogan's bells. None of this makes any sense. The reason the polar bear became black is because the camera sucks? Fuck, I don't know. All I can think is it's because the tunnel is dirty, so I'm just gonna try scum saving and we're just gonna present the tunnel, I guess. I don't know, dude. That is what turned the polar bear black.
Uncle Ray can't understand why that would turn it black either.
See, I don't... So we just keep going. Would you care to provide an explanation?
I can understand it even without his explanation.
Please refrain from making such meaningless statements. Okay, I figured that's what it was. All right, I'm just gonna look this one up because I mean, unless you guys, do you guys have any ideas as to what I have that would prove that the polar bear turned black? Like, what? I don't understand. Because it wasn't a bear, it was a black dog. Dude, if that's what it is, dude. My head will be spinning if that's what they want me to fucking show right now, dude. I'm not even kidding. I will literally be fucking spitting. Because I just don't understand. Okay, we're not at that part yet. Okay, here's Mr. Analysis. Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. I know why I didn't think of this one. And why I assume none of you guys would either, because it was okay, there was a small detail we learned last week. And that okay, so let me just start by saying that the piece of evidence that exemplifies what we're trying to say with the whole it becoming black is the rubber glove with blood on it. Hear me out. Okay, so last week during our walking around talking to people, we heard that Frank saw it does this thing where he puts mud on the animals. He does this mud treatment thing to them. Well, how do they phrase it here? It was mud packs. He would apply mud packs to the animals, and that made their coats appear jet black. So it's the fact that he must have been covered in that mud, and that the mud would have been applied with a rubber glove that Frank was wearing, I guess. So yeah, bruh. Yeah. I think that one deserves one of these, dude. What do you think, Gumshoe?
I don't get it, sir. So we're supposed to present the rubber glove? Huh. Okay.
What the fuck, dude? Alright, rubber glove. How weird, dude. It's such a small detail, but I get why we could have remembered it if we would have played this all in one shot. But, like, come on, why the rubber glove for that? Like, why didn't you just give us that piece of information earlier as, like, a piece of evidence? Like, they're making it harder than it needs to be. That's what I'm saying, dude. Or maybe I'm just stupid. It could be that, you know. Think back to Frank Sod's testimony.
That's the rubber glove I dropped. Where did the mud on the glove come from? Ah, that's the mud from my mud packs. At the time, I was practicing applying my mud packs. Could you tell me when this took place on the day of the incident? Since the animal show had started, I'd say it was around 9 a.m. The mud packs turned the animals' bodies pitch black, and my heart was pure white. I was totally engrossed with covering the animals in mud.
I was getting turned on by doing it. During the animal show, Mr. Salt was applying mud packs to the animals.
So then, among those animals...
Was this polar bear? Yes.
Overruled.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, there is a huge contradiction in your argument. The security camera footage... Judge Courtney, you are quite right. Salt used the mud packs during the animal show. Knowing this, a new contradiction in the video comes to light.
A new contradiction?
Okay, do you know when the footage was taken?
It was after the mud packs were used. That would put it around 9 a.m.
In that case, you should notice something strange about this video.
Huh? What's strange about it?
The timestamp? The strange thing that contradicts the time this video was taken is the timestamp. Let's go ahead and save. Every piece is connected. Everything is relevant to a super cop, including all the plastic bottles for recycling. Hobo cop. Nice. Watch the July clip compilation. I laughed again because I was there for many of the clips. Well, if you notice, there's like 90% of them are attributed to you, Stella. So thank you for helping me make that video. You're a huge help, a huge part of that. So thank you. The time Salt covered the polar bear in mud was around 9 a.m., which means this video should also have been taken at 9 a.m. However, the timestamp reads 6 a.m. On that day, the prisoners went to the courtyard to watch the animal show. At this time, only three people remained behind. Dogan in the special cell. Salt in the workroom applying his mud packs. And the one who put his escape plan in motion at that very moment, Jay Elbert. Elbert left the polar bear in Salt's care and entered the secret tunnel. However, the bear escaped from Salt and followed after its owner. And just as he was chasing after the escaped bear, Salt happened to witness the dog pulling the murder weapon out of the body. Interesting turn, like a series of events, how that happened, the timeline. If it's funny, I clips it, and I appreciate you, hell yeah. Yeah, I also changed the way I name them. Instead of calling them clip compilations or clip shows, I'm calling them best moments now. I'm thinking maybe that's a little bit better way of wording it, I guess. It's a small change, but you know. Yeah, I'll be working on, I'll be trying to work on August soon. Because, you know, we're almost already at the end of the month, so I'm going to try to get a little bit more ahead on that one so we don't have to wait too long. And we've got a lot of good clips this month. If Salt's testimony is correct, this video must have been taken at around 9 a.m. However, the timestamp is off by 3 hours.
Why would the timestamp be off like that?
Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to examine the security camera.
Yes, sir. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. I asked all the guards and... It seems the camera's power was cut off for a moment, throwing off the timestamp.
By 3 hours? What?
The camera's an old model, so if it loses power, the clock stops as well.
In that case, this means the camera's power was cut off for 3 hours. Interesting. So we just need to shift all the time a little bit.
While I'm at it, I've got some more info for you, sir. You heard that Knightley denied stealing the key, right? It seems nobody would believe the words of a criminal, but Knightley testified I was knocked out too. that may not necessarily be a lie. My, there you all are.
Another big poofy coat. That would be so warm, dude. I would be sweating up a storm in that thing, dude. Let me switch to standing mode real quick, guys. Oh, sorry. I think you guys can hear it when it transitions. It's like a rumbling sound or whatever. Let me grab that.
Boo doo doo doo. Making progress in your investigation? Can I be of any help? Actually, Warden Roland, there is something we must report to you. The escaped prisoner, J. Elbert, is most likely still inside the prison. He has disguised himself. Here is the proof. The person visible in this security video is Elbert. So perhaps he's still in this very building.
I like how the guards all like spin around in circles.
Come to think of it, didn't Mr. Elbert have a bracelet like the other prisoners?
The bracelet would have been concealed under the uniform's sleeves. Moreover, the prison's main gate does not have a sensor to detect bracelets. All he would have to do is avoid any doors with sensors inside the prison. That's right. So, if he didn't enter the cells or the workrooms, could one of you guys be J. Elbert?
Oh. Look who it is.
Ah, Rocky!
Stop it! What are you doing?
Oh, I think we just found him, dude. That's so funny. How did this, what? Did he really get caught that easily, dude? He just walked right into that. Rocky just gave him away.
It would seem that Rocky has answered that question for us. No!
All of a sudden, he's back to his sweaty prisoner self.
Rocky, this is all your fault. The little guy loves you so much. It's inevitable. Right then, seize him at once. Wait, there's something we must hear from this prisoner. It's necessary if we are to find the truth. I'd like permission to interrogate him. Understood. What do you want out of me?
Elbert's escape route is linked to Knightley's cell, so it's highly likely he knows something about the crime.
I'd like to ask you about the day the body was found.
Outed by an animal, yep. See, Crispy was right. He is a good bear. He did the right thing. He showed us who the bad guy was.
When the body was found. So it was you guys. You were the ones who found my secret tunnel. It took me ages to dig that. The day the body was found was the day I had planned to escape. I was in disguise. Then Rocky followed after me. When he was all covered in mud, I panicked and returned to my cell.
What?
Damn. If you guys hadn't shown up, if only Knightley hadn't died. You say you dug the tunnel. What did you use to dig it? Oh, that. Just hammers and spoons, stuff like that. I bought them from the supplier, but it was all for nothing. No need to lose your temper. There's always next time.
On the day of the incident, it's possible that Elbert met Knightley while he was alive. I'll have to listen to his testimony carefully.
I need to visit a zoo that has polar bears here to see one myself for a photo shoot. Do some selfies by a polar bear. I remember the last time I went to a zoo. We have a polar bear in the one near me, and he was doing such a fun little like circle. Like he had like this thing that he did where he would, I'm trying to remember exactly what he would do. He would like jump into the water, and then he would like swim up to the glass, and then he would like kick off the glass. Like it looked like he was like a human doing everything he's doing. He was just doing his little like workout routine, and he just kept doing it over and over again. He'd come over to the glass, and we were all like standing next to the glass, seeing him get up close to it and then kick away from us. I was like, oh, that's cool. Pretty badass. Got it from Lowe's, the hardware store? No, the guy who's in for smuggling heroin. His name is Lowe's. It's hard to imagine how big they are. It is, yeah. Until you see him in person, it really is hard to imagine. Especially when you got pop culture making them look like they're just gonna attach themselves to your chest like that. That is an adorable bear.
Rocky. So it was you guys. You were the ones who found my tunnel. You shut up. What's that? Hold it. What's with that hold it, punk?
You say you dug.
What's it to you? You know how to... You know how long it took me to dig that? I had to beg the supplier for those tools. Day after day, I slaved away. Give me back my hard work. Give it back, you son of a...
I can't get a word in Edgeworth-wise.
If you can't just go around discovering people's holes,
Or you can't just go around. It looks like the drunk locals here. Oh yeah, this guy does? It took me ages to dig that, yeah.
hold it.
So you dug that hole alone?
You're damn right I did.
Could a tunnel like that really be dug by one person?
Wow, such a wasted effort.
A kid like you wouldn't understand. Never rely on others. Never let others see you. Those are the rules we live by in here.
Well, as a great thief, I kind of see where you're coming from.
Okay, don't agree with him.
No, I was just joking.
Well, I wasn't. Damn, why'd it come to this? The day the body was found was the day I had planned to escape. I was in disguise.
Did you obtain the guard's uniform from the supplier too?
Yeah, that's right. Seems you got it by threatening a guard. That guy went and stole it from someone's locker.
So when you went through the tunnel, you were already dressed like a guard?
No, to ensure that the clothes wouldn't get stained with mud, I carried them with me. Once I got out of the hole and changed clothes, getting out of the cell doors was simple. And that's when Rocky ran up and jumped on me.
That must be the moment the security camera captured. I see. Could you add that to your testimony?
Once I got out of the hole and changed clothes, getting out of the cell doors was simple.
Getting out of the cell was simple, you say?
Yeah. Compared to going through the tunnel, it was very simple.
You inhabit a prison, yet you seem to know the layout of the detention center quite well.
What's so wrong about that? Sure, I've been to a detention center too.
In that case, he should have known about it from the start. When Knightley was in the cell, the door would have been locked, which means there was one piece of evidence Elbert needed to escape.
Which was the keys.
Then Rocky followed after me.
When did you first realize he was following you?
When I got out of the tunnel. Just when I thought I pulled it off. Damn.
Didn't you notice anything when you entered the tunnel?
He wasn't there at the time. I knew he would follow me if he was around. This is my chance, I thought. Just my luck. Damn it.
Such harsh words. Poor Rocky.
There you go. Kay's speaking for you there, Crispy.
I can't help it. Today was his fault too. Just like yesterday, always clinging on to me. But he was all covered in mud. I panicked and returned to my cell.
You didn't consider just making a run for it?
I would have if I could, but the mud would have given me away. And it's not like I'd get another chance like this. So I had to proceed with caution.
In the end, he was exposed by his own bear. It's possible that Elbert met Knightley before he died. I should listen to his testimony carefully and review the evidence.
Okay, so he really wanted me to mention something about the keys, I think. I think that's what Edgeworth was trying to say a minute ago. So these guys are the ones that found my tunnel. It took me ages to dig that. The day the body was found, the plan to take it inside. So once I got to the hole and changed clothes, getting out of the doors was simple. Rocky followed after me. So the only thing I can think of is to press the keys here, but I don't really see it as a contradiction. But I guess we hopefully we'll be saying, like, my idea is that we're saying, well, you would have needed these, right? So did you have the keys? I guess is sort of what we're saying. Usually that's not how the game works, but I don't know. I'm gonna try it, dude. I feel like there's a lot of strong indications that it was something to do with the keys. Present. Hey, the music stopped. You say it was simple getting through the cell door.
Yeah, that's right. You got a problem with that, huh?
Even though you managed to arrive at Knightley's cell, opening the door wasn't so simple. How did you intend to unlock the cell door? We try to dodge it.
J. Elbert, you had the key to Knightley's cell. I ain't got it. Nothing like that. That's it. It was open. It was already unlocked when I got there.
Indeed, the cell was vacant after Knightley's death, which is why, at the time we conducted our investigation, it was unlocked. Your successful escape attempt only occurred after Knightley's death, so the door would have been open. However, you had tried to escape once before then.
The plan was foiled thanks to Rocky. The video shows it.
Yes, that was during the animal show, before Knightley's death was known. And the cell door was locked, because no one knew he was dead. Without the key to Knightley's cell, your escape would have been impossible. That means it can't be. It's exactly what you think. In the case of the stolen key, the culprit is J. Elbert. You were the one who attacked the guard, weren't you? The guard, and Knightley too, in order to steal the key.
It wasn't me. I don't know any Knightley.
Is that, could that be what happened? You just like wrong place, wrong time kind of thing? After stealing the key, you returned to your cell as a precautionary measure. Then you waited for a time when the prison would be mostly vacant. That was just before Knightley's death became known. In other words, during the animal show. But in the end, the plan was foiled thanks to Rocky.
Don't screw with me. If you don't have evidence, I'll still win by decision. Besides, it was that Knightley guy who attacked the guard, right?
I think not. Regarding the theft of the keys, Knightley was the victim. This proves Knightley was the victim who was attacked in his cell. Well, it was his blood that was on the floor, right? I think we know that one pretty well. Wiped floor, because it says bloodstains were wiped away inside the victim's cell. The bloodstains belonged to Knightley. Boom. In Knightley's cell, there were traces of blood, which had been wiped away. I believe this is more than enough proof Knightley was attacked in his cell. You attacked those two people and stole the key, didn't you?
Damn. I never thought you'd find the bloodstain I wiped away with the newspaper.
Why would you go through all the trouble of wiping the bloodstain?
On the hands of Knightley and the guard, there were obvious signs of a scuffle, you know. If the bloodstains were uncovered, they'd find out there was another attacker. And if anyone looked around the bed, the tunnel I dug would be discovered.
So you were trying to buy more time for your escape attempt. But I'm afraid to say your plan still ended in failure. Now then, hand over the keys to Knightley's cell. Oh, and then Rocky jumps off of him. That's funny. So he is the murderer? I think we still have a whole nother section of this case, so I don't understand how that's gonna shake out.
No way. How could an amateur like you knock me out? Here, I got the keys right here. On the day before the body was found, a guard was attacked and the key was taken by Elbert. Overruled. Hold it! If you have that key, then that means... That's right, Judge Courtney. You reasoned that Knightley stole the key and used it to leave his cell. From there, he entered Mr. Key's cage and was moved to the workroom. However, the very foundation of that hypothesis has collapsed. No! How? I see. In that case, there was only one person who could have moved Knightley. The criminal must have been someone who knew about the secret tunnel. Hey, are you suggesting? Jay Elbert, you're under arrest, pal. He's already in prison right now. Well, wait, I didn't do nothing. Sure, I knocked out those two guys, then I stole the keys. And after that, I waited for the perfect time to enter the guy's cell. But the cell was empty then. There was no dead body either. And also, how could I have gotten into the workroom? I couldn't even leave my own cell, right? It's true. You only had the key to Knightley's cell. But there's also Dogan's dog. What? It'd be possible for the dog to carry the body from the cell to the workroom. I see. So you're saying there was an accomplice? The crime would have been possible if Elbert and Dogan were working together. It's perfectly plausible. Somehow, Elbert managed to carry Knightley's body to his own cell. And then, the dog must have carried it to the workroom. Yes, because all the animals can move freely in the prison. But that's not the case for the path between the detention center and the prison. The only one who could have used that route was you, Jay Elbert. What if there was another route that you didn't know about? There couldn't have been. The tunnel is a straight path, is it not? Yeah, seems like it. I didn't have enough time to dig any more than I did. I only dug halfway up the corridor. What? You mean to say that you didn't dig the entire tunnel? When I got to that cell, the tunnel was already there. There was a tunnel linking the cell to the wall. Wait, linking the cell to the well. The well outside in the courtyard. Oh, see, I thought that well was suspicious. Okay. Wow, this is really getting a lot deeper, isn't it? Looking down the well from the courtyard, there was no mistaking it. They've always been connected. I just continued the tunnel with my digging. What? Jeez. So someone... Okay. So we're saying someone knew about the tunnel... his existence going to the well... and used that somehow, but it still just would have led back to that guy's cell, right? So I don't... Man... This is all tangled up. What was that hole doing there in the first place? Who knows? Maybe another inmate dug it in an attempt to escape.
Or maybe the animals dug it. Maybe they wanted to drink from the well?
That's highly doubtful.
There's no water in that well anymore. It's all dried up. Wait a minute. That's it. For some reason, that well gave off a nice scent. A nice scent? I don't know what it was, but it smelled sweet, like candy. They talked about the, where they found Knightley's body smelled sweet. They kept bringing that up. This scent. I believe we've come across it before.
We know this scent from what I just said.
Knightley's body was giving off a sweet candy-like scent. We used a police dog to track that scent. That led us to discover the tunnel. By any chance, could this be the same scent as the well? Prosecutor Edgeworth, I know what you're trying to say. That the scent proves that the body was carried down through the tunnel. Exactly. And Jay Elbert. You are the only one who could have used the tunnel. Thank you. Mr. Elbert, I am very grateful to you. At last the truth comes to light. Mr. Elbert, wouldn't it be wise to confess now? To being an accomplice, I mean.
Don't tell me even you suspect me, too.
Judge Courtney, it seems you and I have come to the same conclusion. Not at all. Our thoughts on this matter are still quite different. Mr. Elbert was certainly an accomplice, but an accomplice to Horace Knightley. What do you mean? Mr. Elbert did not move the body. He simply lent the victim his keys.
What?
What the fuck? It would seem Mr. Elbert did indeed strike Mr. Knightley on the head. However, Mr. Knightley was not knocked out. The two must have made a little negotiation.
Negotiation?
For Mr. Knightley's escape plan to work, he would have needed the keys to his cell. So, Mr. Elbert stole them from the guard. On the other hand, for Mr. Elbert to escape, he needed to get to Mr. Knightley's cell. But if Mr. Knightley had seen him and yelled, the plan would have gone down the drain. And so, they negotiated. So she's saying that he was like pretty fucking severely wounded Knightley, but then Knightley negotiated with a guy that just like tried to fucking kill him? That's what she's saying? I mean, she's a crazy bitch. We all know that. But like, what? She comes up with some of the weirdest stuff, dude.
I didn't negotiate nothing.
Oh, you still intend to deny it?
I see. So, in other words, we're back where we started.
Mr. Elbert opened the cell door and Mr. Knightley entered Mr. Key's cage. And then he was moved into the prison. The thing is, like, Knightley had been here for like a fucking day. And he planned all of this? Like, that's another thing. It's just like, how would he have had time to negotiate all this stuff? Like, what a crazy turn of events if that is true. Because it's like, I don't know. I guess I'm just pointing out that it just feels so unlikely. Her story is so, like, bogus, dude.
Of course, and then he was killed in the prison workroom.
Weren't you listening? The scent of the body shows it must have been moved through the tunnel. Knightley was moved from the detention center through the tunnel. How are you gonna overrule that, bitch? Please wait until someone is finished before speaking. I do not claim that he wasn't moved through the tunnel. What?
You don't?
The scent shows that the body was moved through the tunnel. However, that does not mean it came from the detention center.
What do you mean? That sure sounds like a contradiction to me.
Isn't there one more possibility? Negista? The well in the courtyard. It's possible the body was dropped down from there.
The courtyard? Aha! The well in the courtyard!
Mr. Keyes carried the cage not to the workroom, but to the courtyard. Mr. Knightley was killed in the courtyard and his body was dropped down the well. Dude, what? That's so bizarre to me. Like, why? That does not sound like anything that makes sense, you know what I mean? Like, everything this lady says makes no fucking sense, dude. She just has a wild imagination, dude. She just really wants Simon to be guilty. That's so funny. It's just like how Edgeworth felt when we first met him. That's pretty funny. And then the body at the bottom of the well was moved by Mr. Dogan's dog. Got so many people in on this. Why? And what do they get out of it all? All to save Knightley for what? Like, we're all trying to get Knightley to escape safely, but then they murdered him?
I can't tell, like, whose side are they on? Were they all conspiring to kill Knightley, or were they all conspiring to escape prison? Like, what? Because it seems like Elbert wanted to escape prison. He really, I mean, I believe that. Like, I believe that that's what he was trying to do. Because it doesn't make sense that he'd want to kill Knightley. Where's the motive? The only motive was when, like, oh, Knightley's just in my way because I need to get the keys, so I'm just going to kill both these guys or whatever. Like, okay, I guess that's motive. It was more like a, you know, second-degree murder or something. He didn't intend to do it, but he did it on purpose kind of thing, you know? So I don't understand how it could have been like, oh, Simon's in on it, who was just in the animal show for that, like, one day at the prison, and a prisoner's in on it who wants to escape, and then this fucking other, like, blind assassin dude in prison also, like, is in on it. I don't, what? How does this all come together? Like, no way. There's no way that she can be anywhere near right, but we'll have to find out, dude. Remains to be seen. Anime plot. Yes, exactly. It's so anime, dude. It's so unbelievable. But, I mean, that's what makes it, like, hard to figure out, right?
Now, there was one thing I'd like you all to remember. Before the body was discovered, what was happening in the courtyard?
The animal show, right? Regina and Simon were there. Wait, Simon? Ah!
I see you understand. Who then dropped the body down the well?
Or do we know that the body was dropped down the well? We don't have any proof of that. You know? If we were the ones to say that, if Edgeworth was the one to say that, oh, they dropped him down the well, she'd be like, I'm not so sure about that. Do you have evidence? But she doesn't have any evidence. She's like, yeah, that's definitely what happened. You can't even challenge me on that. It's like, what? Convoluted explanation dump. There you go. We need 10 paragraphs of exposition just to explain what happened, right? Oh god, dude! So much of this this game has just been explaining the crazy theories. Because I think this one's more off the wall than the last one was. I think this one may have been written by somebody different because it's so like, it's fucking crazy, dude.
Judge Courtney, she's a tough opponent. Her flexible way of thinking enables her to adapt and come up with her own deductions that seem crazy and wild. But somehow I'm convinced by them.
Mr. Knightley was not carried to the workroom, but to the courtyard. And Mr. Keyes was off the stage for 15 minutes. This was when he dropped Mr. Knightley down the well. It's as simple as that.
Judge Courtney, your reasoning is sound, I'll admit that. However, let's say the body was dropped down the well. That didn't have to be done during the show. It could have happened at a different time.
Unfortunately for you, Prosecutor Edgeworth, that is not possible.
What?
When the show started, Mr. Elbert was in the tunnel, on his way to the cell block. Mr. Elbert, at that time, did you happen to see a body in the tunnel?
Nope, nothing like that. Nah.
So, if the body had been dropped from before the show, Mr. Elbert would have seen it. However, he has stated he did not see a body.
I think it's just so funny, too, that in these games, too, they'll be like, well, I can't take the word of a criminal, but then it's like, oh, the criminal's helping me out? Oh, then we can absolutely take him 100% at his word. They get so wishy-washy with that stuff, too.
So it is impossible to think the body was dropped before the show. And after the show, the body was discovered in the workroom. In other words, the body being dropped down the well and then moved to the workroom could only have been done during the show. And the only one who could have done it is Simon Keyes.
Oh.
Mr. Edgeworth, what should we do?
If the body was moved through the well, that does not put Mr. Keyes at a major disadvantage.
However, the notion that the body was moved through the well is only a hypothesis, because if I remember correctly, the wall had a metal grate over it, so how did he get through that?
That doesn't mean that there is evidence. There you go, make her sweat. I am obligated to recognize that fact. Yeah, you should have been obligated to show the evidence in the first place, because that's what you make us do. Will you allow me to investigate the courtyard once more? I give my approval in the name of the goddess of law.
Reinvestigating the courtyard. I fear this may be our final chance.
Oh shit, it's the caps!
Huh? What?
Fire!
Oh, it's the fire department. Could be another prison break, pal. Should we evacuate?
Everyone, please remain calm. This is just a signal for the evening meal. It's a little loud, so I can understand why you'd be surprised. It sure scared me. I'm terribly sorry. And with that, everyone, please return to your posts. J. Elbert, it is also time for you to return to your room.
Bah, I got it. Let's go, Rocky.
Like, why are they letting him return to his cell? He has a fucking hole in there, a whole path. It's a part of the crime scene investigation now.
Warden Roland, we will be proceeding to the courtyard for another investigation.
Is it time for you to go home as well, Mr. Edgeworth? It looks like we're out of time. Why don't you continue this another time?
But the investigation.
Today's been a big day, right? With the escaped prisoner and all. So I'm afraid I can't let outsiders like you loiter around any longer. This is my decision as the warden of this prison.
And then she slams her gavel down.
Looks like it can't be helped. The warden's word can be called the law of the prison. Prosecutor Edgeworth, this means we will have to carry out our investigation another day. Until then, you may hold on to your prosecutor's badge.
Damn straight I will.
And with that, I leave you.
I guess Sebastian barely said anything. He just stood around and let the judge lady do everything.
Now, I think it's time you all left.
Well, it looks like we'll have to continue the investigation tomorrow. Knightley's body was dropped down the well and was carried to the workroom from Mr. Elbert's cell. This is Judge Courtney's logic, but is it correct? And Judge Courtney claims that Mr. Keyes transported him, but was Mr. Keyes really the only one with a chance to move him?
Mr. Edgeworth, let's do our best tomorrow. We have to save Simon no matter what.
Indeed, I agree.
I must prove Mr. Keyes' innocence without fail.
To be continued. All right, we're finally on to the last section. I'll go ahead and do a quick save down here. March 29th, 10:12 a.m. Prison Courtyard. The courtyard. Depending on what we find here, the entire incident could become clear. However,
There's nothing left here.
yeah, the whole circus show is gone now.
Yesterday,
Isn't there one more possibility? The well in the courtyard. It's possible the body was dropped down from there. In other words, the body being dropped down the well and then moved to the workroom could only have been done during the show. And the only one who could have done it is Simon Keyes.
Was the body dropped down the well or not? This could be the decisive clue that we need to reach the truth of the matter. Before I continue with the investigation, I should organize my evidence.
Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged.
Let's see here. Hey, there's a grate here.
The well is run dry after all. They even put a lock on it.
Lockpicking is one of my specialties. Want to see?
There is absolutely no need for you to show off.
Aw, come on. Don't be like that. Whoa!
What happened, Kay?
The lock is broken. Judging from the looks of it, it feels like it was broken some time ago.
So the lock was broken. This means that anyone could have dropped the body down this well.
According to Judge Courtney's reasoning, Mr. Keyes murdered Knightley in the courtyard. And then, during the show, he disposed of the body in the well.
You think so? Did he really use the well to move the body?
Ah, I know. Let's get Missile to help us out again. He should be able to track the scent of the body.
Good idea. Let me contact Detective Gumshoe. You get to bring Missile back out. Nope.
Yes, sir. Detective Gumshoe here.
Detective, I have a favor to ask you. We would like for you to bring Missile to the prison courtyard.
Sounds like you need the help of one of my 7 secret weapons again, huh, sir?
I thought a missile belonged to the police department.
And also, I'd like for you to contact a witness. Please contact Regina Berry of the Berry Big Circus and bring her here.
Roger that, sir. I'll bring them over in a flash.
So, what should we do while we wait for Gummy? How about some hide and seek?
What are you talking about, Kay? There's nowhere to hide here.
I don't think that is the issue.
Okay, during times like these, isn't it your turn to shine?
Oh, that! You want me to recreate the crime scene?
Yeah, with Lil Thief.
Huh? How do you do that?
See for yourself. The Great Thief's secret weapon, Little Thief.
Whoa, what's that? Screen's floating in midair. Just what are you doing, Kay?
I'm entering the information needed for the simulation.
Mr. Shields, this Little Thief. It's a Nokia flip phone. It's a tool that can recreate a crime scene based on the information it is given.
Should I set it for how this place was like when we came here yesterday?
Yes, I believe they were in the middle of taking down the set. We didn't pay enough attention to the well, so it's possible we may have missed a clue.
Leave it to me. I took a picture of the place too. There, and there. Data entry complete. Now to set the projection to maximum output. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing. One alone remains all seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
The animation for that is a lot cooler than it was in the last game.
What? What just happened?
I recreated the courtyard from yesterday, based on the information I entered. This was a tool the previous Yataga Rosso used. It's a device to run simulations to practice stealing things.
But used in this manner, we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past.
Uh-huh, let me smell my finger. Oh, but it's still only a recreation based on what information we have. I can't recreate what I don't have information for, so if my information is incorrect, the recreation could come out strange too.
In this case, since Kay had the photo, there should be no problems.
And now let's begin the investigation.
Begin investigation. Prison courtyard.
Since it's a recreation, you can examine things just like you always do. You can even present evidence when you find a contradiction.
Yes, I know. Shut up, Kay.
First, I should start with that well.
We should definitely start with well. Let's examine the area around the well. It holds the key to this case. Sorry, one second. I gotta bring my pedals just a little closer to me. Help me out a little bit. There we go. Alright, so let's look at a weight here. Let's start with that. This is a metal weight. It weighs... It's hard to see it in the recreation. Okay, do you remember? Looks like 33 pounds, 15 kilograms.
I think it was 33 pounds.
Metal weights placed near the well. Each one weighs 33 pounds. Huh. So it was definitely made for the kilogram one, because 33 pounds is an odd weight to have, right?
I wonder what such a heavy thing was used for.
Doesn't seem to be directly related to the circus. Little harpoon thing. It's a sturdy hemp rope.
It looks like the rope they used for the tug of war.
I'm not going to play tug of war with you, Kay.
I didn't even say anything yet.
There's a metal stake attached to the end of the rope.
Ah! You use that to pin down the tent when you go camping.
It doesn't seem like they'd need this for the performance. I wonder what it was used for.
Some pulleys and sheets. There are some pulleys here. They don't appear to be the pulley that was used to lift the bucket from the well. The well was behind the stage. That means only a few people would have access to dump the body in the well during the performance.
This isn't looking good for Mr. Keys.
Hey, look what it is! It's Dano! What's up, Dan? Been a while. How are you, bud? Been a while since seeing my chat. Welcome in, dude. Pulleys. Pulleys, metal weights, and ropes. What could they be used for? These things around the well. What were they used for? Oh, the case of that.
These things around the well. What were they used for?
What's going on? Not much, man. Just trying to figure out who done it, man. How are you? All okay? Oh, yeah, dude. Doing great over here. How are you, man? How's things been?
They don't seem to be related to the animal show.
I agree. We can ask Miss Berry about it later. Okay, so we're done. I guess we're done examining that then. All gravy, baby. That's how I like it. That's what I like to hear, man. Glad to hear it. Okay, do we talk to Ray now, or what? What you been playing lately, man? Should we look at the suspicious-ass elephant? It's not suspicious. What was the elephant's name again?
She's Astique, the Asian elephant.
Oh, cool. We did need to look at that. Okay. That goes into our logic folder. Ah, that's right. It's an easy name to remember. Maybe. They couldn't think of a good name, so they gave her a name that's easy to remember.
Mr. Edgeworth, what a terrible thing to say about poor Astique.
That's all the information we can gather for now. The detective should be here soon, too. Okay, go ahead and shut down Little Thief. We don't want anybody to see our sick-ass technology.
All right, returning the area to normal.
I can't believe I immediately looked at the other thing we had to look at was just the elephant. That's funny. They just made a bloody awful scary game. Dude, yeah, I don't think I would ever want to play Visage. I think Vince played Visage as one of his last games, but I don't think it was all the way out. But I remember he said he liked it. He loves those spooky games, too, so I hope you're enjoying it, man. Definitely looks pretty freaking spooky, dude. Sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, sorry to keep you waiting, sir. It's probably Gumshoe. Oh, hell yeah, it is. And we got Regina.
Hey, speak of the gummy.
Detective Gumshoe, that was quick. I couldn't keep you waiting for too long, sir.
Thanks for coming along too, Regina.
No problem. It sounded like fun, so I skipped practice to come here. Thank you for your cooperation. Granny can fuck off. There you go, dude. Yeah, fuck that. First, detective. Let's have Missile do some tracking.
No problem, sir. Hey, Missile, over here, pal.
Oh, Missile looks fucking pissed, dude.
Hey, what's eating you, pal? I said over here.
Does he hate somebody? What's the matter? Is it Edgeworth? I feel like all animals hate Edgeworth for some reason.
Looks like he's scared of something, sir.
Oh, it's probably the elephant, I guess. Oh, no, the elephant's gone. Oh, the alligator. That's right. Okay. That's what it was. I totally forgot. That's like the warden's like pet alligator. She has some sort of like pet name for it and everything. It's so weird. Are you popping in and say, hi, I love you, mate. Have a good stream, man. Yeah, sounds good, man. Thanks for popping in. It's good to see you. It's been a while. You have a good night, man.
Ah!
Alligator! I guess he's scared of the alligator, sir.
Good grief. Looks like a Missile won't be much help to us.
So, what should we do, Miles?
Maybe we can ask Miss Berry for help.
What is it? What is it? Is there something I can do? Do you want me to teach Allie a trick?
Oh, was that his name? Was just Allie the alligator? Is that all it was?
Actually, she probably could.
No, I just need you to tell me about the condition of the courtyard during the show.
Looks like it's my time to shine again.
Yes, if you please.
Let me smell my finger. Smells like Little Thief. All right, that should do it. I'm starting up the recreation now.
The monkey did it. It's fucking Money the monkey, dude. It's always money. He's always involved. Okay, so she added the people on stage, which looks like we got Simon up on stage, but now the well in the back looks a lot different.
Recreation complete. This time you can see how the courtyard was during the animal show.
This should be around the time the body was dropped down the well.
Wow, cool. It's just like magic. It's not magic. I just recreated the scene based on the information you gave us. See? Look over there.
Oh, it's interesting. At the top left, it even shows like what time this was and the day. That's pretty cool. The backstage area is missing.
Well, Regina didn't help with the preparation, so she doesn't really know how it was set up.
I get it. You can't recreate what you don't have information for, huh?
I'm sorry. It's because Simon took care of this setting everything up.
Don't worry yourself none, Regina Pie. Miles is the one at fault here.
Why me?
Mr. Edgeworth, I recreated the show in progress. But I can also change it to how it was earlier, when it was being taken down.
I see. So we can examine the courtyard during the show and after the show. We can freely switch between the two different states. That is super handy.
To change the recreation, select Little Thief on the bottom screen.
Now, let's begin the investigation.
Begin investigation.
So now, instead of my partner down there, it's Little Thief. Little Thief. This was empty after the show, right? Sus. I like the reenactment. Hell yeah. It's cool that she can do this. I think it's an interesting way of telling the story too, because now it's given us like, I don't know, scratch what I was gonna say, but one thing I like about it is that it reminds me of what's it called? Heavy Rain. In Heavy Rain, if you're not familiar with it, it's like a kind of a spooky horror story game that came out on PlayStation 3. It's on other consoles now. But in it, there was a character who was a detective, and he had these special sunglasses that he wore that were called like the ARI system, like ARI. And what it would do is he could like scan stuff and get like evidence, and then he would like talk into it to like say his thoughts and stuff. So how like Edgeworth has his logic folder or whatever. And then in other scenes he would be like in his office, and he was just in like this super shitty shit room, just like covered in dust. Everything was just fucking old as shit and broken, run down, whatever. But he had like a shitty desk and a shitty chair, and he would sit down in that, and then he would turn on his glasses, and he would all of a sudden be in like underwater, or he would be in like a forest that looked beautiful or whatever. And then he was like had this like holographic computer that he'd be moving his hands around with, and that's how you looked at all your clues. It was so cool. But like the fact that it recreates the entire area, Little Thief reminds me of the Ari technology from that. Pretty cool. Wish I had the Ari glasses, right? It would be so cool. It's like what Google Glass was like advertised to be, almost. I mean, not quite. I guess it would be more like what was Microsoft's HoloLens, I think is what they called it. I guess it was more like what HoloLens was almost advertised to like be trying to do. It just never has lived up to it. But there's been some advancements in that area. There are some new smaller systems that are like more aesthetically pleasing and stuff that are coming out. I think there's even something you can buy that you can just attach to your glasses. Or no, I think it's just like in prototypes or something. But I think there's something I saw where it was like something that you'll just be able to attach to any set of glasses, and then it'll just project whatever onto the lens or something like that, which is pretty cool. But yeah, none of it exists, I think, to buy yet though. But either way, one day, and that'll be badass. And maybe I'll play that game sometime too. I love Heavy Rain, and it would be really cool maybe to do it for Halloween, Spooky Month or something like that, because it's a great story game, and it's definitely spooky, and I think it would fit the month. It's more like serial killer murder spooky, like mystery spooky, rather than like slasher gory, you know, that kind of thing spooky. And I think that's why it's just a little bit more in my ballpark, you know. Wish my glasses show things on screen like the temperature and other stuff. Yeah, wouldn't that be sick, dude? Especially like as a glasses wearer all the time, it just makes it like so much more worth it. I don't know. What do I want? It would be cool if you could just like talk to your phone too, like if you use like Siri or Google or whatever you use, and just be able to like say something to your phone, and then your phone brings it up. Or if you get like a text message, like it'll just pop up like a little thing, boop. It'll be like a 1 and then like a little envelope or something up in the corner. I think that could be really cool, you know, stuff like that. Wish I had the mirror that is a workout companion. I like when tech interfaces with life. Yeah, it is pretty cool. I haven't seen a workout one, but I have seen mirrors that have like touch screens behind them and stuff. I guess it's probably similar technology that you're talking about, right? I've seen some that people have like in their bathrooms, and it like has like the news that will pop up in the mirror and everything. Such a cool way of using the technology, because it's so simple when you think about it. Like a mirror, all you need is one of those like two-way mirrors or whatever. And then like anything that's bright behind it, you'll be able to see. So then you just put a bright monitor behind it, and all of a sudden you got a mirror that has a monitor that just pops up in it, you know? And that's pretty tight. It's honestly something you could build. I've watched a couple of builds online. You can make that yourself, but really the cool thing would be to be able to have it integrate, right, into like your apps or your TV too, or whatever. Maybe your workout equipment, whatever. But yeah, I think that would be really, really cool too. Who knows? Maybe if I get a house, I can make something like that happen. You know what I mean? I could. I probably won't, but I could. I think I'd probably just wait until it became like a commercial product, because it sounds like a lot of work. But it would be freaking tight. Honestly, if I did it, what I'd probably do is just put a screen behind it with a Raspberry Pi, and then just maybe try to rig it up, or even not even a Raspberry Pi. I don't even have to go that far. I could just use like a Fire Stick, or like the Google solution, whatever they call it. I can't remember, but the Chromecast, I think is what they call it. Either way, and then you could just cast whatever's on your phone to that screen behind the mirror, right? And wouldn't that be even cool just to do that? So it's like, oh, while I'm like getting ready for work or whatever, I would like to watch a YouTube video. I'll just like shoot it on over to the mirror, and then the mirror will play the YouTube video, and I can, you know, shave or whatever, and also just look up at the YouTube video. You know, that could be cool. Tom, if you could invent something, you would make a great one, even if you just build the IP and not manufacture the item. You are smart and detailed. Oh, thanks, Till. I appreciate you. That's so nice of you to say. It'd be cool if I could invent something like that. But honestly, I would be so lazy to actually like invent it. I would be more like I would make my own and then I would never do it again. That's how all my projects work. I'm like, oh, this would be cool. So I build one and then I'm like, I guess I could build more or iterate on it, but this works, so I'm just going to keep this. And I won't document anything and I'll just forget everything. It's like what I do with all my 3D printing projects. At least I have the models saved somewhere, though. So maybe I guess if I want to edit them later, I could. Anyways, let's get back to this. Oh, this crate was empty in the recreation earlier.
That's right. It was also empty in the picture I took.
Sus?
Oh, I'm sorry. That information is wrong.
What do you mean?
This crate contained Astique's food. In the morning of the day of the show, all the apples were gone. I totally forgot about that. I'm sorry.
Missing apples, huh? I should make a note of it.
You could probably hide a body in there. Did you share the foot pedal 3D model? Didn't you share that for others to recreate? No, that was something I really wanted to, but I did not complete the iteration process. See, that's one of those things where I totally did what I just described. The thing that I shared for everybody else was my hydroponics changes to that hydroponics tower I have. And that has like, I think it's got like a few thousand views and like maybe like 100 downloads or something on there last time I checked on it. There's a couple of pieces, I guess. It's not just one item, but yeah. But yeah, the foot switch, the thing about it is like I'm so close to making it available. I really wanted to do that. I think it was because I was in like the middle of my recovery at the time and I was dealing with so much pain that it was like just enough to get the thing put together. Like fighting through all the pain and everything, you know, because I didn't want to do anything because of how much pain I was in. And I think I always told myself I'd circle back around and touch it up, because what it needs is it needs some slight alterations to the size of certain things so that things fit together better, because I couldn't quite fit all the hardware without bending the bottom of it to force it with screws down. And I was like, well, I don't want it to be like that. I want everything to be snug. So everything needs like just a few more millimeters probably of space would have done it, which is super easy to do. I just need to do it. And then maybe make like a bracket built into the bottom plate that would house the actual circuit board that you would have to buy for it, and then make that like very securely mounted inside of it, like mountable rather. Those are the things all I need to do, and then the whole model would be ready. So shame on me for not doing that, but the only way I could justify it is just like how much pain I was in at the time, you know. Like I said, it was hard enough to get that thing put together. I even had to have Vince help me because I was in so much pain. Just to actually like hold it together so I could actually tighten it down, I had to have Vince help me. And there's even like a USB cable it's using. I've always wanted to get back out of it, but I just don't want to take it apart because it works right now. But yeah, that's the story of that little thing. Give me 1 second. It's really hot in here now. This costume's getting really warm. I'm gonna turn the AC up really quick. There we go. That should help a little bit. I'm really starting to feel the sweat, and it's like, oh, ugh. It's not very fun. Friends of friends, you help us and the community every day by streaming. Hell yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would really appreciate Vince for helping me out with that. Because I was at a time where, like, I really wanted to play video games, you know, because, like, I was trying to recover, right? So I was, like, not wanting to move my arms or use my arms, so I was taking days off work, and I was like, I still want to play games, though. And so that's why I made the foot switch in the first place. And so it was so nice of him to do that, because it really helped me be able to do that, you know. He helped me, I think he helped me solder a few of the cables on there too, which I really appreciate because I don't think he had soldered a whole lot. So I had to give him a few lessons, I think, but he got it. Totally works. So yeah, Vince, if you ever see this, thanks, dog. I still appreciate that. Like 2 years later. It's the cage of the Asian elephant, Astique. The elephant is performing on a stage right now, so the cage is empty.
I wonder how Astique entered the courtyard.
What do you mean, how?
The entrance here is human-sized. And the fence is electrified. I don't think an elephant would enter from there.
They could just turn off the electricity.
If they did that, all the inmates would escape.
She has no idea how this works.
I doubt anyone would escape while an elephant was entering.
I wonder how she came in. This requires some thought.
She seems to be enjoying her little brain teaser. I should just let her be.
All right, let's see. What next? Let me take a drink of water here real quick. Simon's up on the stage, so let's look at that.
A love story between an elephant and a tiger. I really wanted to see that. I also wanted to see Simon in action. Simon is really amazing, especially the part where he gets blown away.
Blown away. That's the scene in question. At that point, the suspect, in the role of the villain, is blown away by the heroine's burning love and makes his exit. After being blown away, the suspect disappeared from the stage. Are you saying the crime scene was committed, or the crime was committed during that time?
Do you know how long he was gone from the stage?
Let me think. About 15 minutes or so.
Tigers are so hard to train because they are naturally solitary creatures, right? That's like, I feel like you just replace tigers with cats, right? And it's like, it all makes sense. That's why cats are also hard, because just felines, I guess, are just so solitary. They're just like, yeah, you know what? Go fuck yourself. I'm gonna do whatever the hell I want, dude. I'm just gonna lounge around. They're so majestic, though, aren't they?
It's just as Judge Courtney said.
But isn't it dangerous to be blown away by an elephant?
It's all right. Astique is very gentle.
That's not who we're worried about here.
During the first few practices, he was having trouble getting blown away. Then all of a sudden, he was able to be sent flying beautifully. He might be using some sort of device, but it's amazing.
A device? Do you know anything about it?
I have no idea. Simon handled it all by himself.
Interesting. I like Link smaller, so I'm not as scared of their claws, but bigger than a standard cat. Pretty eyes. Oh yeah, like I think I totally get why people are like really into big cats. You know, like tigers are really cool. You definitely shouldn't own one. We've all learned from the Tiger King. No one should own a tiger. That's not what they're meant for. But man, are they badass. Wouldn't it be cool to have a tiger for a best friend? You know, be Jasmine from Aladdin and just have this fucking badass Bengal tiger that's just fucking your homie, dude. They'll just do anything to protect you and stuff. That'd be freaking sick, dude. I don't blame anybody for wanting that. At this point in time, we still don't have enough information about this area.
That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. Please steal some information.
I don't steal information. I obtain it through my investigation and logic.
I prefer to ask first before thinking.
To act first? I think it's ask on accident. You may act before thinking as long as you don't interfere with the investigation. Tiger hiding jungle. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Let's do it. You know, today... It's funny, yesterday I was talking about how I was trying to get the Stable Diffusion to work, and what I was trying to do with that, which, if you guys don't know, Stable Diffusion is like, it's like Midjourney. It's another AI that creates images based on prompts, but it's supposed to be like more realistic images and stuff. And honestly, like all the examples I see seem pretty freaking good. But, oh, that's not the button. I need to hit that button. And then this button. Why does it do that? It's so wonky. There we go. Got it. I was trying to get it to work on my computer natively so it would run on my graphics card, but I couldn't get it to work for the life of me yesterday. So I ended up finding that there is a website you can use. It's a little bit more expensive than Midjourney, but it still gives you some free ones and stuff. So I was playing with that today, and honestly, I think I like Midjourney better. Like, there's certain photos it can do a lot better. Like, so some of the prompts you guys have given me with like adorable animals and stuff, this seems to do better with those prompts. But I think overall,
Midjourney ends up getting me what I'm closer to, like at least something that looks cool more often, I guess I should say, because sometimes this thing creates something that's fucked up and it still just looks, it doesn't even look cool fucked up, it just looks fucked up. You know what I mean? So I'll have to show you guys, but let's do a Stella's prompt real quick. I forgot what country it was, but I remember reading a news article about these people who broke into a house and got mauled by the pet lion and tiger. Oh my god, there you go. Hell yeah, dude. I mean, not there you go. Don't have lions and tigers, but that's pretty cool. If you're gonna have them, that's a cool thing for them to do. Let's see. I want you to imagine for a second a tiger that is hiding, and then jungle. All right, there we go. And start. See here, we'll even, I'll do a generation here and we'll try Stella's prompt in the other one, and it'll be interesting to see them side by side. So Midjourney's doing that one. Let me see if I can remember what the other one was called. Oh, that is not what it was. I have to bring it up on this machine. I think I already had it, the tab up. Hey, Drooler's still going. Hell yeah, I was watching Drooler earlier. Dream Studio, that's what it's called. I put a link to Dream Studio in the Discord, by the way, if you guys want to check it out. Oh my gosh, that's not the Dream Studio I'm looking for. There's so many things that call themselves Dream Studio. How about this one? That's the one. Okay, cool. I found it. Okay, so looks like Midjourney's almost done. Hey, look at that. Dude, the tiger stripes are cool. I could play with just maybe the prompt tiger stripes more often. Okay, so it didn't quite give us what we wanted, but it's pretty interesting, I would say. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry. There we go. So it definitely got tiger stripes going on in there, which is pretty cool. Maybe some arms and legs. I don't see the hiding. It definitely didn't pick up the hiding part. But, you know, I see some jungle influence and stuff. So, yeah, if you want me to do versions or anything, can you upscale the top right? You got it. That is the closest one to actually having, like, a good image, isn't it? I'll do U2. All right, and here, let me show you guys this other AI. Pop it over here. So this one, I know you can't see the whole screen of it, but this one is called beta.dreamstudio.ai. It's supposedly based off of Stable Diffusion is what the AI is called. It's sort of like how the one we use is called Midjourney. So let's see, tiger, hiding. Let's see. You had tiger and then tiger hiding. And I'm not going to do any other prompts, but just those. And this is way faster and only gives us one. So here we go. And then it just gave us almost a picture of a tiger. See, this is another thing that it does that kind of irritates me, is it doesn't give a shit about composition. Like, Midjourney cares about composition, so it would have put the tiger's face. If it could make a tiger face, it would put it in the center. But because this one doesn't care, it just crops the image all the time. Like, almost every image I try to get is cropped in some weird way. Like, I can make it wider and everything, but it's just weird. But see why I'm not, like, super crazy about this one? Like, it definitely gave us a picture of, like, a realistic-looking tiger. It just was, like, a part of a tiger. It didn't even care to make it fit. And that's, like, one of the reasons why I don't like this one. Like, I was super pumped about it when I heard about it, because there's so many cool, like, examples online, but it must just be, like, one of those fluke ones, like, where somebody's done, like, 1,000 of them, and they finally got a good one. Because I feel like we have a much better time, or at least I can only speak for myself. I have a much better time with Midjourney. Look at that. So I guess this was its attempt at a face, but I guess maybe it's hiding. So maybe that's how he explained whatever this is. This kind of looks like a leaf in a way. A leaf that resembles tiger stripes. I don't know. What do you think? Variations of an upscale? Yeah, we can do that. What we do is we got a button down here that says make variations. So we'll see what it does there. Earlier today, now that we're on this really quick, I guess I got something I can show you guys. What I was doing experimenting around is I put in the description of the Strange Planet logo into Dream Studio, and then I took the picture it came up with, which was nothing like what I described. I took it, and I gave that one to Midjourney, and then I gave it the same exact prompt and the picture to see what Midjourney would come up with, and I'll show you what I came up with. It actually looks pretty cool. I love what Midjourney does with Strange Planet, though. Okay, it's really trying with the faces in 3 of them. I think in the bottom left, it just turns it into like a part of a tree. This one looks like it's almost trying to be tiger face. This almost looks like a tiger face here. Looks like a second tiger has now entered the situation. I don't know, you let me know, Stella. What do you think? Here, I'll show you guys what I had with the Midjourney earlier. So I have some plans for some of these, but check this out. Look how fucking wild that is. This is why I like Midjourney, dude. So here is the image that I had gotten from the Dreamscape thing. So I described the Strange Planet logo to it, and this is what it gave me. And I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. It's not bad, but it's cropped in some weird way, first of all, and it doesn't really look like what I asked it for. And then I gave it to Midjourney and then gave it the same prompt I had given. And then it gave me these 4, which all 4 look pretty cool, although they don't look super objective. They do look pretty cool. I love the way it always has this weird design for the teeth. It's really cool. So I started iterating a little bit on these weird planets floating above like the Grand Canyon in fucking outer space. Check out some variations of this jawbone in space, I guess. Then we have this one. It's kind of interesting. These ones are pretty cool. It's like the really cool composition art, but it's like non-objective composition art. You know what I mean? Here's an upscale, that one from earlier. I really like how that turned out. Pretty cool. These would be ones I'd put in like a picture frame or something. Anyways, back to Stella. Stella, did you want to any more variations or upscales? You want to maybe try to upscale on the top right? You got that second tiger in there. You can take 2 whacks at giving that a face. If you want, you let me know. Other than that, we can get back to the game. Pretty sweet, Tom. Oh, thanks, Crispy. I appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoy them too. I'm gonna try to incorporate some of them in some channel art. So we'll see what I can come up with. I have a little bit of an idea, but you guys will see when I get it. But what I mean by that is the idea I have is sort of like the Strange Planet BRB like / Noah's music thing that I have put together. I'm gonna try to do something similar to that with some of these newer ones. So we'll see. I hope to get like a whole series of these like weird music videos that I use Noah's music for. I think this weird like Strange Planet thing going on. So I don't know what you'd call it, but so far I think it's pretty cool. How's my mom concerned with what the government is putting in the water and spraying in the sky? Oh, she's a chemtrail person, but not the chemicals and all those perfumes she sprays everywhere. That's funny. Make it make sense. That's funny. It reminds me of there was one time that my mom fell for the I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, but there was this thing going around on Facebook that was talking about oh, what was it called? What do they call it? Dihydrogen monoxide. This is what they were saying. And they're like, dihydrogen monoxide's in the water, and it was like making fun of people who are like that and worried about chemicals in the water, because the whole point was that all they have to do is hear a chemical name and they don't have to know what the chemical is, and then they'll be upset about it. And my mom totally fell for it. And I was like, Mom, dihydrogen monoxide. Hydrogen is H. 2 of them, because di. H2. Mono-oxide. Oh, 1 oxide? Oh, O? So H2O. Oh, okay. H2O's in the water. Got it. And I was like, Mom, come on. Of course H2O is in there. Of course dihydrogen monoxide is in there. You just don't call it that. That's just another way of saying water. Come on.
So crazy. I think I've told that story before, but still, it just amazes me. Like, come on, how do you fall for that? Just think for a fucking second, you know? My mom's just gonna pick and choose here, yeah. You know, it's like if someone doesn't warn you to worry about it, you don't worry about it, I guess. That's kind of like the impression I get from that kind of thing. But, well, whatever. You may act before thinking as long as you don't interfere with the investigation. I wouldn't want to arrest you. Yeah, let's not do that. Got the chairs. We examine the chairs. These chairs are lined up in an orderly fashion.
I guess there were a few empty seats during the performance.
This intimate atmosphere and the closeness between the stage and the audience. It reminds me of the karaoke tournament I entered when I was a kid.
Karaoke tournament?
I was the runner-up. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all seeing. Now listen to a song of the real modern-day Robin Hood.
I wish I could figure out a melody for that. That was horrible. Thinks fluoride is a toxic waste product, uses fluoride toothpaste, right? Yeah, I've totally heard that stuff before. Even when I was much younger, when I first heard about fluoride, that was one of those things where I was like, is that a bad thing? Like at first I was like, I've never heard of this thing. And then, yeah, I did some research, found out, oh, it's like something that's used on your teeth and stuff, and it's meant to fortify your enamel. And I was like, oh, okay, well, now that I understand, and there's different types of fluoride too. And it's like, oh, turns out I'm just an idiot and I didn't know. And if you're gonna commit, you gotta commit. Yeah, if you're gonna say it's toxic, then like be consistent with that or whatever is what you're saying, right? I get you, I follow. Don't tell me you actually sang that song.
Of course! This song rocks!
I'm surprised she actually made it into the finals. Did she steal second place? No, she didn't steal first place. She must have gotten there fair and square.
I'm gonna steal first place.
Okay, I think we've looked at enough here. Now let's go back to the past.
Yeah? What's up?
Oh, that's interesting. So it is still technically talking to Kay. I just asked her just now to switch to after the show.
You want to recreate the after the show scene from yesterday? The after show scene from yesterday has been recreated.
Okay, so we have the chairs. We can look at the chairs. These were used for audience seating during the show.
Folding up all these chairs must have been a chore.
Is that so?
Don't tell me you've never tidied up folding chairs before.
I've delegated the task to others in the past.
Mr. Edgeworth, you should try doing some manual labor once in a while.
I'll look into it. You talk to Missile?
As you can see, he's totally scared, sir.
I want him to track a scent, but it looks like that won't be possible. I don't think we have anything else to look at with this. So I think it's time for logic. It's time for logic. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff here to logic out. Simon's stunt, and then the tools around the well. It seems like his stunt would probably use pulleys and stuff and ropes, right? Let's try that. Let me say really quick. My mom thinks these clean mail. Thinks these clean. What do you mean these clean mail? Clean nail men or oh, my bad. You didn't finish your sentence. Too clean and not sweaty enough. These clean nail men. So she's just saying men who are clean are gross? That sounds like a contradiction. I think I have evidence for that. In fact, that is not true. I guess she's just like not attracted to clean men. That just sounds like a weird thing to say. I guess clean nail men is what she's saying. Not
not clean men, but just if their nails, their nails need to be fucking caked with fucking gunk and shit for your mom to be in. Like office workers and guys who don't do manual labor. Right on. Well, suit or to each their own. She can suit herself, I guess, or whatever. All those guys are cheaters? Oh, okay. Well, that's a very warped view on the world, but I don't know. I guess everybody's entitled to their opinion, even if it's wrong. I'm just playing. Mr. Keys used a device for this stunt. Maybe the tools around the well are connected to this. I guess I think that's extra funny to me just because I did manual labor for most of my life and now I work in an office. So am I a hybrid, or is it because I know, like, as soon as you stop working labor, like manual labor jobs, am I no longer, like, am I gross? And am I a cheater at that point? So it's like, while I'm doing manual labor, I guess I just don't have time to cheat. You know what I mean? You see how this logic doesn't make a whole lot of sense? Not that you need any convincing, Crispy. The tools lying around the well. Could they have been a part of his device?
It seems very likely. I wonder if it's possible to recreate the device.
If you ask Mr. Keys, he should be able to tell you how the device was put together.
All right, I'll go ask him.
See you later, Kay. You just got a stereotype, and she's sticking to it. Hey, man, that's fine. As long as it only affects her, that's cool. Maybe she's had a bad experience. Maybe, right? You know, that's funny. I always think about that when people say things like that. You know, like that reminds me of. I was watching this YouTube commentator talk about the like Alpha Bro stuff. You know what I mean? They were talking about the specific creator or whatever. He was one of those guys that like goes on TikTok and just talks to his camera saying that like, this is how you get women and this is how you should be a man. And he's like basically expressing super toxic stuff or whatever. But it's just so funny because like the whole time I'm watching the video, oops, yeah, I knew I was going to do that. The whole time I'm watching the video, I can only think like, who hurt this man? This man has been cheated on and he is broken and he is totally like, what do I want to say? Like, I don't know, he's like damaged in some way and he's just trying to like compensate for it. Like, no, fuck you, Courtney, for fucking breaking my heart, you bitch. I can get all the fucking girls, dude. Like, that's how it comes off to me. Like, he needs other people on the internet to believe that he understands women and life so badly just so that he'll believe it. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody else thinks I know what the fuck I'm talking about, I'll start to feel like I know what I'm talking about, you know? Like, all I need is someone to believe what the bullshit that I'm saying for me to believe it. I don't know. That's the whole thing I was thinking of the whole time. Got a phone call. What has happened in the past 10 minutes? Well, we talked a lot. In the game, we were just talking about, we did some logic and stuff, how we needed to ask Simon about how he did his big trick at the end of his show where he gets blown away by the elephant because he actually like flies off the stage somehow. And Regina didn't know how he did it, so Kay just went to go ask him so we could try to figure out a little bit more about that because we want to know what these things by the well are, what they're for. That Sigma grind set, Papa knows. He's watched the videos. That's exactly one of the things they say. It's either Alpha or Sigma's the new one, and there might even be another one by now, but it's so funny how they just keep using different like Greek letters. Like, oh no, we're different than all those guys, we're this one or whatever. And it's just like, okay, whatever, all it means is you're a fucking asshole and you objectify women. That's basically the common thing across all of these things. Is that you're just a piece of shit.
Mr. Edgeworth, I asked him about it.
And? Did you find out how the device works? Oh, I did ask you, Stella, if you didn't hear me, if you wanted to make any upscales or variations on what we got from the variations from your upscale. I don't know if you didn't see it, but I did do the variations on it. They're in Discord. But yeah, if you wanted me to do any more variants or anything, just let me know.
He used the rope to hang some weights on the well's pulley.
Oh, so he uses the... Wait, how would he do that outside of this exact location? Because I'm already predicting what's happening. Is that the pulley... So he had the weight over the well, so the well fell... Or so the weight fell into the well, and that pulled him. And I guess because it was a 3-pulley system, 33 pounds was enough to pull a grown man, like, well off the stage. I guess that's what's gonna happen. We'll have to read, but we'll see. They look like fucked up alien tigers. That's not inaccurate. I agree. The top right one almost put a second tiger in there. If you see on the far left, there's like almost an attempt at another tiger face. I hope that they're always improving Mid-Journey, so hopefully it will get better and better, right? Because it's on this 3rd version right now. And in fact, you can actually switch to the older versions. They still exist. If you put like --V1, 2, or 3, you can choose which version. And the 3rd version is the newest version. So, hopefully it'll get better, and eventually we'll be able to get some tiger faces or anything faces in these landscape photos. Maybe I should try your prompt, but make it like just a 1x1. You know what I mean? That may have been a better move. Add another tiger, but what happened to the other one's face, right? They added another tiger, but at what cost?
He used the rope to hang some weights on the well's pulley. The weights were suspended inside the well. Then he ran the rope through 2 more pulleys and tied the end of the rope to his own body.
So he uses the force of the falling weights to send himself flying. But what's to stop the weights from falling on their own?
In order to prevent that from happening, he used a stopper.
Miss Berry didn't know anything about the well. That means Mr. Keyes removed the stopper by himself.
Correct. That's why a second rope was needed. This rope was attached to the stopper, and when it was used to pull, when he was pulled from the stage...
So that's what the one with the spike at the end of it on. The spike is the stopper, huh?
The stopper would be removed, and the weights would drop down the well. I'm definitely going to steal this idea. The Atagarasu won't lose to something like this.
Don't waste your time. Circus acts require extensive training. Even if you steal the device, it won't do you any good.
Then I'll train as well.
Before you start training, could you first update the recreation? Hey, Abs, what's up, man? Been a while since I've seen you. How are you doing? How was your Thursday?
Oh yeah. You wanted me to recreate the device that was used in the performance. First, let's return to the during the show scene. Let me reach in here and just... Next, I'll input the information of the device on the well. And now I can recreate this device Simon made.
So this is the device that Mr. Keyes used. Simon's device data jotted down in my organizer. So okay, so that's weird. It's just so crazy how this trick really depends on this specific well. And the fact that the lock was broken and everything. Like, all of that is, like, super convenient for him to then do this very needing to be trained and planned trick. Like, what?
Simon sure is gutsier than he looks. Using the falling weights has the force to launch himself during this performance.
Indeed. He would have to drop enough weights to exceed his own body weight in order to provide the strength needed to pull him off the stage. Well, I mean, with him, since he's using pulleys, he wouldn't have to have, like, that much weight, right? Because that, like, multiplies the force, right? Maybe I don't understand pulleys. I thought that's how it works. It's like a lever, right? In order for the stunt to work, the weights must exceed Simon's weight. I think that was only if there was one pulley it would have to exceed his weight.
Simon must have practiced a lot for this.
Okay, I think it's time to logic some more now that we know that. Time for logic. Seek the elephant, star of the show, along with Regent, the tiger, and Simon. Missing apples. Astique's feed. Was there the day before the show, was gone the next morning. Strength to be pulled. 33 killing weights. Each one weighs 33 pounds. Well, how many are there? It says each one, but it's only ever shown us one object. So I think we'll do strength to be pulled and the weights, I guess, because those seem to be related. So with that. What are you playing? I am playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2. That should be the category I'm in as well. You can always check that if you want to know. Yeah, I've been playing the Ace Attorney on Thursdays. It's my Ace Attorney game. Oh, sorry, let me say that again. Thursdays are my Ace Attorney days, so I play the Ace Attorney series. I really tripped over that one. So yeah, this is our 5th Ace Attorney game? Yeah, I guess it would be. Because we played the trilogy, and then we played Investigations 1, and now we're Investigations 2, so this is our 5th one. We're getting there, dude.
Huh? Isn't this strange?
What's wrong, pal?
Haven't you noticed, Detective? What's strange about the weights is... I guess what they're trying to lead me to is the weight, right? It's not heavy enough. I mean, I agree that 33 pounds is probably not heavy enough, but I don't think it would have to exceed his weight because of how many pulleys there are. You done with homework from school? From school? School was not fun. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, ma'am. In order to pull up Mr. Key's body weight.
You're right, sir.
But where did the rest of the weights disappear to?
Looks like it's time to use my 7 secret weapons, sir.
If necessary, I'll let the detective know.
Okay, let's see. Is there anything else? After talking to him about that, what else do I need to do? That was just a bit of logic? Like I was like, and then we're doing what? Oh, okay, it did give us a piece of logic. I missed the little animation for it, I guess. Oh, here, let me go to full screen. Because it gave us the not heavy enough one. I don't know how all these fit together. Maybe if you put the elephant and the missing apples together, because the apples were for the elephant, so we'll try to see if we get anything out of that. Yeah, so hopefully. The apples in the crate were probably eaten by Astique.
But it's strange. I remember leaving the crate out of reach from Astique's nose.
Are you certain?
Yes, the crate was still full of apples on the night before the show.
Then the cart was moved to where her nose could reach it. With that many apples, it could not have been moved by the wind. Most likely the crate was moved by a person. Somebody moved the crate of apples on the night before the show. In my logic folder. Prior to the show, the cart's position was already changed, and the apples were all eaten. This appears to be the correct information. Please update the simulation parameters, Kay.
All right, I'll use the new info to recreate the scene. Using the info we got from Regina, I'll recreate the scene with the cart in its actual place. Recreation complete.
Okay, so now let's examine it. No wonder I thought it smelled like animals. It contained the elephant's food.
So this was filled with Astique's apples. That's right. On the day before the show, it was full of apples.
And in the morning, they were all gone.
Oh, did you think of something?
You could say that. Is that logic we're talking about? Not heavy enough and crate of apples. So you think he used the apples to get the rest of the weight that he needed? Is that what we're trying to barrel down here? Let's try it, dude. Is there logic here? Let's find out. Nope, there was not. There's no logic here. Not exactly a shining example of the perfect line of logic. That's why we scum save, dude. So we need to look at something. Probably the pulley system again. Guess I should have done that earlier. Then we need to go... Well, let's go ahead and look at the lock pin here. Mr. Keys used this well to perform the stunt where he gets blown away by the elephant. He used those 2 ropes quite skillfully. I guess we'll look at the pulley. A rope and pulley. That's how it should be.
A rope and pulley. A thief and treasure. It's a perfect match.
Objection. A thief and handcuffs are a perfect match. Okay, I don't think I'm getting anything from here. What about the sheets? We haven't figured that out yet.
The sheet. It's the same as the one from the workroom.
Isn't this the same as the one from the workroom?
Yes.
Why is there also one here?
I wonder why there's one here. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, are you deep in thought?
Why does it feel like she's stealing my thoughts?
Because they always do, Edgeworth. They always steal your thoughts. That's what Maya did to Phoenix all the time. I just think that's a funny joke. Do-do-do-do-do.
Looking at this weight, you can really feel the weight of Simon's hard work on your chest.
Is that so? I don't feel anything at all.
Aw, that's too bad. If this was an actual weight, I'd immediately put it on your chest, Mr. Edgeworth.
And I do everything in my power to stop you.
Okay, I don't think there's anything else here to see. Didn't get any logic from it. Do we need to talk to Regina?
Do you come here often, Regina? Yes, I have many friends here. I love this place. New friends, old friends, everyone's a friend here. Yesterday, Miss Warden introduced me to a new friend, Little Allie.
The alligator who lurks in the pond in the courtyard.
That pond. If you get too close, it feels like you'll get gulped. I don't think Allie would do such a thing. Her stomach wasn't feeling very well yesterday. I'm worried. Aren't you all worried too? Right? Yes, of course. We're all worried, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Don't drag me into this. I don't care about alligators.
Do-do-do-do-do. A great thief's secret weapon. I see. But isn't this bad? Using a thief's tool to aid in an investigation? Don't make such a scary face. It's all right. Uncle Ray's lips are sealed. It's for the truth, right?
The evidence may very well be the evidence may very well already have been destroyed. In order to recreate the crime scene, we need her help.
Why so serious? At times like this, a simple smile will suffice.
Yes, thank you very much. You think that the alligator had eaten something that it shouldn't have because its stomach hurt? You know what I mean? I wonder if that was a clue. This pond is where Warden Roland keeps her pet alligator.
I guess those fish bones are the remains of her last meal.
I don't think an alligator would leave such clean bones.
But she had a very refined looking face.
I couldn't tell at all.
That's because I'm a girl who's good with faces.
Why don't I feel the least bit jealous?
So, do I need to switch to a different time? Let's see, let's try switching to a different time. Oh, wrong mouse. Yeah, okay. Him saying we already checked it, I think means that there's nothing here to see. I think I need to go use the restroom really quick, guys, and then we will have to continue after that. Nature is calling me. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Don't go away. We'll continue right after this quick break.
Monday, stray.
Does it nod when I meow? Meow. That's funny.
Tuesday, Amori.
The sun shined brighter when she was here. There's no sunshine when she's gone. Only darkness every.
Whatever Wednesday.
Some hilarious pranks on Stella. They are a real picky eater, so let's make them eat poop. Oh, come on, dude. I don't want to make Stella.
Thursday, Ace Attorney Investigations 2.
Hey, why? Is this why they kept it from America? Is it because of Ray? Ray's just a problematic character. Just like, come here, young lady. You look pretty sexy. Come hug old Uncle Ray.
Friday, Yakuza Kiwami 2.
Oh shit, dude. Oh, I forgot about that one. That is so brutal. I wanted the gun. Where's the gun at? There we go. And I just shoot him.
Well, it was the best moment, Stella. Of course that one would make it. I'm glad you like that. I think it's probably one of the best clips in there right now. I was gonna brag to you guys really quick. I got some headphones today, and they're pretty sweet. Check them out. Check those babies out. They're pretty fancy looking. Recommended by Noah's Archives, so you know they're good. Come on, come on. Focus, focus, focus. There we go. Pretty cool, right? They're even like clear on the inside, so you can actually see them. Like all the drivers and stuff. Check it out. It's pretty cool. They're really good. And they were only $50. Nice. Noah is a music and audio guy. I trust his opinion. Exactly what I told him. I was like, really appreciate the opinion of an audiophile such as yourself, is what I said. Yeah, he suggested these in-ear monitors, and I'm surprised I didn't go with them a lot earlier. I guess I always thought, because I've seen these before, and I think I always thought that they were going to be like ungodly expensive, so I didn't even bother looking them up. But they're actually they were only $50, and they're essentially just a regular pair of headphones. They just have like a regular, headphone plug or headphone jack or whatever to them. One thing I like about them too, compared to my last pair, because my last pair, they're like tearing right, next to the earbud, but these ones have like detachable cables, so I can actually just pull this apart. It's like two little pins or whatever. And so if anything does happen to the cable, I can just get a new cable. And they even have some cables that have microphones on them if I wanted one or whatever. So it's a really nice setup to have, and I would recommend them to anybody. And they fit so perfectly in my ears that they almost have like a noise canceling effect, because they don't have any active noise canceling. It's more just passive. But yeah, because it fits in my ear so snugly, and not only just in the whole of my ear, but the entire like cavity there, Like, I can't hear anything but what's coming through these speakers. And it's fantastic. Just wanted to brag about that a little bit, because they're really good. I know I posted about them to the guys in the Discord, but I don't think I posted about them to all you guys, so I thought I'd share. I recommend. Called in-ear monitors. Should just post a link. I'll put a link in like the Take My Money.
Oh, I forgot. I'm trying out feeding him from behind me, so let me try that. So you can't hear that guy coming up behind you with a knife. No! Now, I would be able to hear anybody come up behind me, and the reason why is because I monitor my own microphone. So, like, there's been times where someone's knocked on my door, and I only heard it because my microphone picked it up. These wigs always get in the way. I just gotta make sure the hair is out of the way, and then bring it back, baby. Here we go. Cable behind me, that means I'm free up here. We're good to go. I need some noise-canceling ears. Yes, I said that right. That's what you meant. You meant noise-canceling ears. Hell yeah. That reminds me when I was a kid, my mom used to always tell me to ignore things because I had like misophonia or whatever growing up. And so I'd get like really bothered by certain sounds sometimes. And I would start to complain to my mom, and my mom would just tell me, you need to learn how to ignore stuff, you know? And it's like, but I can't. It's so like overwhelming. I can't not hear it. At that point, I needed some noise canceling ears for sure. Okay, where were we? Did we look at the stage once it was getting broken down? Let's look at that. This is the stage where they put on the animal show.
If I put on a Great Thief show, I wonder if anyone would come.
I'm pretty sure the police would show up. Damn, dog. So we have the empty basket. We got the elephant. Can we look at the boxes back here? Nope. Yeah, he's just talking about the elephant. Yeah, we already did that. This door is locked.
Want me to pick the lock? Success is not guaranteed, though.
No. If need be, I'll just borrow a key.
Sheesh. I thought I was finally gonna get a chance for me to steal the spotlight.
Don't even think about stealing anything in my presence. Not even the spotlight. This is my video game, you got it, Kay? I don't care if you're on the front cover too. I'm standing in front of you on the cover.
What an impressive barbed wire fence. It really gets my thief's blood boiling.
I wouldn't touch it though. You'll be in for quite a shock.
I wonder what's on the other side of the fence.
Looks like the warden's office.
I heard she keeps even more animals over there.
Why don't they just turn this place into a zoo already?
I have misophonia, but nobody takes it seriously. Nobody at home, yeah. Yeah, that's why you just gotta move out, Crispy. Just live by yourself. Still nobody will respect it, but at least you can just shut them all out and put pillows over your head and nobody will make fun of you. Let me see here. I don't know what to do next. I'm kind of stumped here. There's no logic we can do, right? Because we already tried the two pieces we have, yeah, and they're not gonna get me anywhere. So there's something I need to do. Should we talk to Gumshoe? See what comes of that?
Mr. Edgeworth, you've got that look on your face like you want to use my secret weapon, sir. Missile isn't in the mood, but I've got my fishing rod ready to go. Or would you prefer the metal detector?
Oh, there we go. Metal detector. One of Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons can detect metal objects. Okay, so what do we need to use that for, though? I'm not sure. Why do you never visit me, Kim? See, and I guess it's funny because as you describe it, it sounds like you're not close with your sister. I assume that's you're like quoting your sister there. Because yeah, if you don't ever want to be around her, I would say that qualifies as not close.
I've never seen the detective's eyes sparkle like that.
If need be, I'll let you know. For now, just stand by. But it did give me the detector, right? That thing popped up, so... Oh, it didn't. Why did... Okay, it was just showing me the... I guess that was just him holding it up like, hey, you want to use this, sir? It's like, no. Get away from me, detective. Come on, what can I do? We already talked to Regina, didn't we? Yeah, we come here often. Talked about the alligator and its stomach hurting. But we can't investigate the alligator, right? Oh, that's my mom. Oh, okay, gotcha. You're saying, like, after you move out, she would say that? She would say the same thing to me as a kid. Just,
Ignore X sound. Oh, yeah. I totally know what you mean then. Yeah, absolutely. Identify with that. We already read this, right? Yeah, we did. Pet alligator. Yeah. Why doesn't it? It doesn't let me skip stuff sometimes. That's weird. Sometimes it just doesn't give me that option. Aw, we love you too, Stella. Oh my gosh. I can really feel it when they don't let me skip. Alright, I'm just gonna have to look up a hint. I have no idea what to do next. Do 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 do. Oh, did I put the metal detector in my logic folder? That's where it is. Okay, I just realized it when I was looking at an image but I didn't read, so we got another chance to try this out. Not heavy enough, metal detector, crate of apples. Oh, I don't know how this is gonna connect. We're just gonna have to try stuff. Here, let me show you the full screen. So we got a scum save. So metal detector's got to be the one, and I'm gonna try the not heavy enough. I don't know how this would connect, but maybe. It's all I got. My brother would always annoy me with the clicking sound, and she never did anything about it, even though I would be crying and banging on the other side of the door, yelling at him to shut up. Yeah. I mean, I get like to a certain point, like trying to not like just punish, you know, one child or something. Maybe that's what a parent thinks, you know, because I'm sure it was the same for me. Probably my brother was doing something, and I was just like, and my mom would just tell me to ignore it, and like she had the right like solution, really. It's just I think there's just like some of us have a harder time doing that than others, and she should also be teaching my brother to not be annoying, right? Like, so it should have gone to both of us, you know. It's like, Dom, you need to learn how to ignore it, and Grabnar, you need to not annoy your brother because that's not nice, you know what I mean? So it should have been like a double lesson, but yeah, it turned into, it sounds like for both of us, we just need to do something about it, that there was nothing wrong with, you know, the person being annoying or disruptive or whatever. And like, I guess that's how I would have preferred it be handled, at least scold both of us. You know what I mean? Come on, him doing that's annoying, right? I mean, I'm not crazy for that, right? You have noise canceling headphones for my son? Yeah, see, that would have helped so much as a kid. We certainly didn't have the money for that, but that would have been so great if we had that solution. And yeah, we try to teach the kids not to be annoying little shits to each other. Right, because I think that's a big part of it too, you know? Like, both of you need to learn how to do things, because sometimes in life, I've come on situations where I can't just make someone stop making a noise or whatever. I don't have the authority, or it's like rude or whatever. There's like so many layers to social interactions that would not allow you to make someone stop making a noise, or even if it's just a noise that no one is making, it's just happening because of like a machine or something, you know. And it does help, or it did help me to have to learn to ignore stuff, like even when it was really hard. I had to learn how to do that, and I still struggle with it sometimes, but certainly much better now than I was when I was a kid. And so there's definitely something there, you know, that you can learn as a kid, and so it's good to like challenge that. But at the same time, yeah, it's just, you should all learn not to be fucking annoying. But yeah, as you grow up, there's going to be those times when you need to know how to just solve the problem from within yourself, you know, because that's just the best thing for everybody. Them being jerks was very much a boys will be boys thing. Yeah, for me, I didn't even have that. It was just, we are boys. We're both boys. So I didn't even have that. It was just the same treatment, so. And then there's Stella, who is an only child and spoiled. Well, hell, I didn't say I wasn't spoiled. If you hear it from my parents, I was definitely spoiled. And honestly, I agree. I was. I mean, I don't think I was actually spoiled, I guess, in what they mean by the word spoiled, which I don't think they mean that either, right? Because spoiled means that you're no good. You know, something that's spoiled needs to be thrown away. I think really it just means that you were like given everything you wanted, right? And my parents gave me pretty much everything I wanted. I mean, up until everything fell apart. When the family fell apart, then I had to fend for myself. But that's okay. My mom really still tried, and she did a good job.
Me and Would would purposely set each other off, though. Yeah, see, that's like we were a little bit like that, me and my brother, but I think we both kind of picked up on not wanting to do that. I guess we both kind of came to this mutual agreement where it's like neither of us like being angry, so let's just like not be angry. You know what I mean? And so then me and my brother, I would say, have a really good relationship, and we would never intentionally do anything to piss each other off anymore. And that goes back a long time because we just like stopped fighting one day, and we just like never fought, but maybe like one time again, and it was over something much more serious than just you're annoying me. Whatever, you know what I mean? So we were much better now, right? Hell yeah, that's good. I was relentlessly bullied one guy for a few years in high school. Wait, okay, so anyone it bothered me just led to them saying, oh, he just likes you. Oh, you were trying to express that this person was being mean to you, and people just using that old tired thing. That's making me wanna yeah. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know what to say about that, Crispy. I can't say anything about it. That's just a heavy issue, and honestly, I do not feel qualified to say anything about that. I'm sorry they had to go through that. I was spoiled in the sense that I had constant support, not material things. Gotcha. Yeah, see, I don't, like, I get why you say it's spoiled, but, you know, you see why I, like, hesitate, because I'm like, well, that's a good thing, though. You know what I mean? But I get what you mean. But my mama poured her energy into me. I owe her a lot of my success habits. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think it's just good parenting, right? I feel like that's really what that is. Good parenting, rather than being spoiled. To me, because I think I guess the way my parents define spoiled it was much different. It was more like you just get whatever product you want and you never have to work for anything, and that's what a spoiled child was a child that never gets disciplined and gets everything that they want, which we definitely weren't that. But my parents would like to like act like we were. I guess they would talk to us like we were. You know, like we were always just spoiled and entitled or something. And maybe to some degree we were. I mean, it's hard to be self-reflective, especially like decades later, right? But that's definitely like how it was defined for me anyways. But it just sounds like you had some great parenting, Stella, so that's great. Bravo. Bravo, Mama Stella. That's why we love her. Dr. Dom. Yeah, no thank you. No thank you. I don't do that great with heavy topics. I understand that that sounds like a very difficult thing to deal with, though. But yeah, I just don't want to even make a comment either here or there, just because I don't know. You know, all I can say is I'm sorry, and I feel for you, Crispy. Let's see here. Detective Gumshoe, it's time for your secret weapon.
Yes, sir.
I was hoping for the metal detector.
I don't get many chances to use this one. Really wanted to use this fishing pole, sir.
So that I can't believe that actually worked. Like my logic, I just I know he started talking, I didn't acknowledge it, but that was some weird logic we just went with.
Before we begin the search, let me go over how to use a metal detector, sir. This metal detector uses sound. And this meter to let you know how close you are to the metal object. When you get a little closer to a metal object, the metal detector will have a bigger reaction, like this. When you get the biggest reaction, give me the order to examine that spot, sir. Now let's see what we've got. It's just a metal fence. And that's basically how you search for metal objects. Just give me the instructions on where you want to search, sir.
Oh, cool. Look, I'm controlling fucking Gumshoe, dude. Oh my god, my dream has come true. I love Gummy. I was bullied in school, so I decided to become an emotionless otaku. I wouldn't say that you're emotionless. I know you're just kidding around. I wouldn't say that you're emotionless.
Yeah, there's a reaction here too, sir. Let's check it out. Huh? I found these in the clumps of grass here, sir.
These are the weights used for the hoisting device.
Were these intentionally hidden?
There's 4 of them in all, sir.
That many weights would be enough to lift Simon.
So the other weights that were used on the device were hidden.
Why were they hidden over here, though?
See, it's starting to sound like to me like maybe the body was dropped down the well and it was the body that was used as the weight. I feel like that's what they're starting to lean to, because it's like you need enough weight to be more than Simon, and I'm sure Knightley's body would be enough, you know, to pull him too. I don't know. That would just be a really morbid thing to do with, especially like a body of your supposed friend. Like, just where is this going?
See, I'm really earning my keep today, aren't I, sir? Me!
Ah, the alligator!
That scared me, pal. Huh?
The alligator's eating something. What's the matter, detective?
It looks like the metal detector is reacting to this alligator.
Really? Why?
Are you sure it isn't still just reacting to the weights?
It's a different reaction, sir. It's definitely coming from the alligator.
It's gone.
Okay, he just comes over.
Looks like it's scared of us.
I don't think so, Kay.
Huh?
If anything, I think Allie looks a little under the weather.
Allie. I suppose that was what Warden Roland called it.
She didn't eat any of the food that the warden gave her yesterday. I think she might have eaten something bad.
So I guess the metal detector could be reacting to whatever the alligator ate.
Oh, maybe she ate one of the weights?
I doubt that even an alligator can adjust a 33-pound weight.
But what could the metal detector be reacting to? And regardless, why were these weights hidden? Maybe we should take another look at the device on the well.
Okay, I'd like you to recreate the after the show scene again.
All right. Leave it to me.
I'm glad they brought back Regina. Yeah, I think it's fun. You really feel like the universe is bigger, you know? Like, Regina didn't just exist for that one thing. Mo didn't just exist, you know, because you mentioned Mo last week and stuff, and it's just so cool to have that stuff come back. And Money the Monkey, and we found out that Money was actually a tiny monkey. I didn't realize that.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Okay, what did we not examine before? This pulley was used to lift the bucket from the well. The bucket can't be found. There are some pulleys here. They don't appear to be the pulley that was used to lift the bucket from the well. Right? That's what we said before. Why are we doing this stuff again? This rope was part of the device used during the show.
To be able to create a device with just one piece of rope. Simon is surprisingly handy.
One piece of rope. It seems that there is a contradiction with the device.
Right, so that's probably what I gotta deduce then, huh? Let's go ahead and hit up this weight really quick. This is a metal weight. It weighs... It's hard to see in the recreation. Okay, do you remember?
I think it was 33 pounds. I wonder what such a heavy thing it was used for.
It doesn't seem to be directly related to the circus. I mean, we already know all that. It's like they're acting like we've never seen any of that before. Okay. Pretty sure what we want to do, we're going to save just in case, is we want to deduce.
This spot is somehow connected to, or is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Yes, I believe it's connected to this rope, right? Because this would be the second rope. We're going to try it. Eureka! This piece of evidence shows the contradiction with the crime scene. Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Could you be more precise about where the contradiction is?
I'd also like to hear you explain it in more detail, sir.
Well, I'm not going to. Shut up. There's the broken lock. Let's look at the organizer really quick. We got the bloodstained sheet. Simon's device. So is that what I use? Or do I just deduce with the device itself? It just seems redundant because I'm like pointing at something that's a part of his device and then comparing it with the device itself. That just seems weird, but there is only one rope here and there should be two, so let's try it. This recreation in the device we saw earlier. This is a major discrepancy. One of the ropes is missing. There we go. That worked.
You're right.
Without it, the device won't work.
I wonder what happened to it.
Where did the missing rope disappear to?
It's possible that we hold the piece of evidence that shows where the rope went. It might be the piece of evidence that I tried to show just a moment ago, and then you guys acted like I was stupid.
Huh?
Which piece of evidence shows where the missing rope went?
The rope? The rope we found with the dead body.
Ah! Could it be?
Yes. It could be the other piece of the rope that was used here. So they wrapped him up in the sheet and then used him as the weight, is what that sounds like. Right? Because the sheet and the weight were both there. Or, I'm sorry, the sheet and the rope were both there.
Then, does that mean?
This rope was attached to the weight. However, the weight was not one of these metal weights. These weights were hidden in the grass and replaced with something else.
If they were replaced, then what was used as the weight?
What was tied to the rope we found in the workroom? If we can recall that, then the answer should be clear. The weight that was dropped in place of the weights that Mr. Keys had prepared was the dead body. We're gonna save here because I'm not sure how to say it. I mean, I guess I would just use the crime scene notes. Because there were small bruises on his head. I bet it's because of when he was dropped. Alright, we're going to try this. What dropped down the well was none other than Knightley's dead body.
Ah! Mr. Knightley's body was used as the weight?
Yes. The weights were replaced with Knightley's body. Mr. Keys used the device to launch himself off the stage. But did he know that it was Knightley's... Okay, so let me try to get in front of the game a little bit real quick. I'm going to try to predict something. So, Regina said she didn't know how any of this stuff worked, right? So, if Simon was the one that put the body on the rope and rigged this whole thing up, I think the idea would be that Simon hid the weights so that Regina wouldn't notice that he wasn't using the weights or something, right? Because the assumption there would be that Regina knew, but since Regina didn't know that, then now Simon has no reason to have hid the weights because she wouldn't have even have known what they were for, so it wouldn't be suspicious if they were missing, right? So I think that's sort of going to come into play here, where we're going to basically point that out. And so it's like, why would Simon have any reason to do that? It's like someone's trying to hide the weights from Simon, not trying to hide the weights from Regina. That's what I'm thinking. So we're going to be able to prove, like, no, someone else replaced the weights that Simon was using with Knightley's body, and Simon didn't know about it, and that's why they had to hide the weights, because if Simon saw the weights, maybe he would realize that there wasn't enough weight to pull him or something. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I could be completely wrong, but I'm just saying. I see those details lining up, and I'm just, maybe not. Simon, the killer? I'm not seeing it. Yeah, me either. He's not the kind of that's a killer, and he's supposedly Knightley's friend. Knightley's dead, so we can't ask him. But apparently, Knightley had asked him personally to bring him that chessboard because they were, like, good friends. So that's another reason, because I don't have any motive for Simon, and that's the one thing that Courtney has completely ignored, is that they have zero motive for it. So I don't know. It'd be a huge twist if it turned out to be Simon. I think it would be a huge twist, especially because it's an Ace Attorney game and he's our defendant. Like, if it actually turned out to be Simon, like, isn't that like contradictory to most like how the games work? Not that it would be totally a bad thing, I guess, because you know that would really have come as a surprise to the audience, and maybe that's sort of like subverting expectations. You know, that could be argued as that. So like maybe that's cool. I don't know. I had to think about it a little bit more, but I don't know. I guess we'll find out, huh? Hopefully we'll find out freaking tonight. This is the last segment, and we've got about an hour left. We better find out tonight. When the rope that was tied to him was undone and let go, both the body and the rope dropped down the well. The rope wasn't used to tie up Knightley. It was used to suspend him inside the well. That also explains why the other weights were hidden.
Ah, so then no one would find out that the weights were replaced with the body.
Who's the only person that shouldn't find that out? Simon, right? That's my argument. Yes. The killer was the one who hid those weights.
But Miles, wasn't Knightley Boy stabbed in the neck with a murder weapon? If he was suspended in the well, wouldn't there be blood at the bottom of the well?
The killer was also aware of that. That's why they used this item.
Which item did the killer use in order to leave no traces of blood behind?
It was the blood-stained sheet. The sheet we found near the body. It was used to wrap up the body.
I see. It looks like all the pieces are starting to come together, eh?
But this means that the body definitely came from the well. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean Simon is the killer?
No, that's not necessarily the case.
Ah, but yesterday Judge Courtney said...
If Mr. Keyes was the killer, would he have needed to set up such an elaborate device?
I guess you have a point.
If Mr. Keyes was only responsible for dropping the body during the show, in other words, it doesn't matter where the real killer was or what they were doing during the show. Until now, this placed the doubt on the people who did not watch the animal show.
It's true. We also suspected Mr. Dogan.
The killer's true intent was to make us think that the murder occurred during the show. In other words, they used the device on the well to create a fake alibi. Miss Berry, do you know when this device on the well was set up?
Let me think. The day before the show, I think it was at night. We all started preparing at 9 p.m. We finished at around midnight.
How sparkly she is. The killer replaced the weights with the dead body afterwards. The weights switched with the body. The device was set up with the body on the night before the show.
Did Dogan know about the device? No. Even if he knew about the device, it wouldn't be possible for him to use it. You can't teach a dog to suspend a body in a well. In other words, Dogan is not the killer.
Okay. So we got some logic. Can we play around with that? Weights switch the body, creative apples. I think that could be connected because as earlier I said that you could fit a body in there. And I think maybe this is coming to fruition here, huh? Is that what we're saying? Yep. This cart was moved the night before the show. The body was also switched the night before the show.
I don't think it was just a coincidence.
Keeping that in mind, the question now becomes, why was the cart moved? The cart used to be in front of that door. I can think of one reason why.
Somebody opened that door! Alright, let's hurry up and...
She was about to pick it.
The door's locked.
Oh, she's gonna open it.
Let's ask a guard. Hey, Mr. Guard.
Yes, what is it?
That was fast.
It's like, well, I heard a pretty lady call me over.
You there. Where's the key to this door?
The warden's in charge of it. I'll get it from her right away.
The warden is in charge of the keys here. Without the warden's permission, this door can't be opened.
That means she's in on it.
We knew it from the very start.
Thank you very much.
Whoa. You're met with a power panel, apparently. It's a circuit breaker panel. This must be the breaker room.
On the night before the show, somebody came into this room. I wonder why they would come here.
I don't think anyone would confuse the breaker room with the break room. It was definitely to operate the circuit breakers.
So someone came here to shut off the power to something?
To the fence, right?
Was there anything that had its power shut off? What could have had its power shut off by the breaker?
The electric fence, right? Do we have that as a piece of evidence? Or I guess the security gate. Or the door sensors. Yeah, the door sensors make the most sense. Given the fact that there's so many of them involved in this area. Let's go with that. If this had been powered off, it would have caused a huge problem.
A huge problem? I don't see any problems.
Cast aside your preconceptions. Try thinking with an open mind. In doing so, you will see an answer that exceeds your wildest imagination.
I'm not seeing anything at all.
Oh, what? Seems I was mistaken. So, was it the security things? What all electronic we have? Just the security gate's the only other thing, right? Yeah, it would be. Some powered off would have caused a huge problem. Okay, so it's not that? Oh, okay. I am now lost. What could have had its power shut off by the breaker? Let's go one by one. Prosecutor's badge? Nope. Floor plans? Nope. Chessboard? Nope. Rubber glove? Nope. Door sensors? I thought so, but apparently not. Bloodstained sheet? Nope. Nope. Crime scene notes? Nope. Prison roll call? Nope. Saw its bracelet? I mean, that's like the same thing as the door sensors. So, I mean, I could try that next. Oh, it would be the security cameras. Right? Because we have the footage that would represent the cameras, right? So that's probably what it is. Because we had that camera that had that 3-hour cutout, right? So, yeah, that's got to be what it is. Yeah, we'll do that. Definitely the rubber glove. You're totally right, Stella. Why would I ever doubt that? Nice callback. Hopefully this is right. Old music stuff. The security camera footage had a 3-hour gap.
Ah, I see. The circuit breaker for the security camera was tripped.
It's highly possible.
Was this the killer's handiwork?
With the camera down, it'd be easier to move about. The killer would have a major advantage.
I knew it.
If that's the case, the killer was the person who tripped the breaker. The person in charge of the key to the breaker room is... it couldn't be.
It would be the warden, right? Do you think the warden had anything to do with it? It's really starting to sound like she did, Crispy. I mean, I didn't think so before, but I guess when I think about how she calls the entire prison her family and stuff, I guess that's sort of suspicious looking back. Like, I thought it was just like, I don't know, her personality, and maybe that's just sort of her approach, is to try to be nice to everybody or something, which is, I don't know, that sounds nice, better than her being an asshole, but now it sounds like she's being a little too nice, you know what I'm saying? So, there you go, Crispy's got the right idea. Here, let me go ahead and throw this up there for anybody who wants to participate in the whodunit. That's how you do it. If anybody would like to participate, those are the commands: murderer and whodunit to check your guess.
Make a guess. Feel free.
I had figured out why the death stuff was being weird, by the way, the death counter. I don't, you guys probably don't care, but apparently, for anybody who uses Mix It Up, there was either a Mix It Up update or a Windows, either that or it was the Windows update. I kind of think it was the Windows update based on the timing, but there was a bunch of, like, of the command actions that had gotten changed on me. And, like, to nothing. So it was like, enable a command or disable a command, and it would just say, like, there was no command it was pointed at, and so that's why the death counter was acting weird and stuff. And I found a couple other things that were weird, but yeah, weird. So anybody, if you guys use Mix It Up, if something's acting weird, that's probably it. Check your commands. Make sure everything's in order. Anyways,
Deactivating the recreation.
Beep beep boop beep. Boop boop bada beep bop.
isn't that something like Kim Possible's things? Or is doot 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 doot, right? Isn't that what her thing was? Oh, look who it is. Oh, son of a... Let me see how much more we got left. We got about an hour of the stream left. Can we make it? Oh man, we have so much to go through. But if I don't spend too much time trying to think about the solution and we just consult the guide, I think we can make it through tonight, and that is going to be the goal. Stella thought Roland did it. Hey, look, you were already on it. Stella, you were on it last week. Hell yeah. So if it ends up being the warden, you and Crispy will get it. But Stella gets dibs on saying that she called that first for sure. Because Roland is the warden, by the way. All right, here we go.
I'm first to the scene, as always.
Good morning, Mr. DeBest.
What? You? How did you get here before me?
Greetings, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I see you have arrived early.
Or maybe it's you who are late, Judge Courtney.
I have many matters which require my attention. I have no time to waste. Unlike a certain prosecutor who has taken off the case.
Oh, what a bitch. That's below the belt.
Oh, my apologies. I had forgotten that you were assisting the defense attorney.
An assistant can never be the best. You've fallen like the rest.
You just say whatever you like, don't you?
Let us begin our examination of the courtyard, Sebastian.
All right. I'll call the men over.
That will be unnecessary.
What?
We have already finished the investigation of the courtyard. You've been bested.
Bested? Me?
Judge Courtney, let me tell you everything I know. Give you all my evidence. My sniffer, yeah, you're sniffing it out. You're smelling all those dead whatever she's got wrapped around her. And then the one live one. Your reasoning from yesterday. Watch me shatter it to pieces. The thing is, like, it's almost like not fair of Edgeworth to do that. Like, Edgeworth, I'm on your side, buddy. Don't get me wrong. But she hasn't got a chance to look at the crime scene yet, and you're just immediately going to jump on her with this new evidence that we had time to look for. Like, maybe let her have some time on the crime scene, and then you guys can reconvene and compare notes. Let's all be friends here, okay?
I would advise you to choose your words more carefully. Have you forgotten that the fate of your badge rests in my hands?
I've had enough of such coercion. Can't you think of some other way to threaten me that does not involve my badge?
Despite my repeated warnings, you show no signs of reflection. It seems I must remind you once more. The Prosecutorial Investigation Committee can't leave someone such as yourself unchecked.
Neither the fate of my badge nor the actions of the committee will impede my progress. Proving Mr. Key's innocence. That is all that concerns me.
Your words are like those of a defense attorney. If you are willing to go that far, then I will show no leniency. In the name of the goddess of law, I shall turn your words against you. And at that moment, you will forfeit the title of prosecutor. You shall regret this.
Oh, will I?
Judge Courtney's reasoning. I shared my reasoning with you the day before. Since Mr. Elbert did not see the body when he passed through the tunnel, it could only have been dropped down the well during the show. The only one who had performed such an act in this is the suspect. In the name of the moon, I'll punish you! Is that Sailor Moon? I think she said something about in the name of the moon, right? Fuck, I don't remember. Oh, here, let me get rid of that booming sound. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Oh, that feels good. Move my pedals a little bit. And we're good. Naturally, you have evidence to support your reasoning.
Of course she does. Who do you think she is?
Earlier, I received the official autopsy report.
And babysitting that kid must be difficult.
The time of death was the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the day before the show. The cause of death remains unchanged. A stab wound 4 inches deep. Inches deep.
Indeed. Yup, Sailor Moon.
Ba-da-ba, Sailor Moon. Simon Keyes was not present on the stage for a period of 15 minutes. There was sufficient time for him to drop the body down the well.
She has not investigated the courtyard yet. That means...
It seems there is a hole in your argument. You seem quite confident. Can you present evidence to support your claim?
Of course I can, and I will. Rebuttal.
I shared my reasoning with you the day before.
So you continue to believe Mr. Keyes is the murderer?
Just as you continue to speak as if he is not. Do you have any decisive evidence? Do you know the identity of the true criminal?
You do realize that you need proper evidence, too.
I am a representative of the goddess of law. My words are her holy orders.
And this country recognizes the goddess of law? Is that... is that a thing?
Indeed, if I state something is black, it is black. And if I state something is white, it is white.
That is such a horrible, horrible attitude.
So what would you call gray?
If you wish to disprove my words, then present your evidence at once. Since Mr. Elbert did not see the body when he passed through the tunnel,
couldn't it be possible that Elbert just failed to notice the body?
Miss Assistant's assistant, did you also enter the hole?
Huh? How'd you know?
I noticed that there was some mud stuck to your lovely hair ornaments yesterday.
That's amazing! Your powers of observation would even put a great thief to shame.
That's surprising. What if you colorblind, bitch? I guess so. Oh yeah, you tell her.
In the name of the goddess of law, answer me truthfully. If there were a dead body in the tunnel, would it have escaped your notice?
Well, the thing is, yeah, I think I would have noticed something like that.
Do you understand now? Mr. Elbert did not see the body. It could have only been dropped down the well during the show.
Which is true, and that's why he didn't see the body,
because her logic is that the body would already be at the bottom of the well, but if he dropped it during the show, then it wouldn't be at the bottom of the well yet, right? Am I misunderstanding the timeline? Because I think it was that Elbert, her story is that Elbert left and then went and got the keys and negotiated with Knightley and then came back and he didn't see the body, right? So at that point, Knightley was alive. I don't know how our timeline works. I don't understand. Because what is she saying? He would have seen the body. Why? Because then the next time he went down, she said it would have already been there. But when did he go down? I guess I just forgot. Oh gosh. Either way, she's wrong, so I guess that's why it's hard for me to remember, because it's like I'm trying to remember something that isn't correct and I know like more evidence now. It's like it's hard to reverse that. The body was dropped down the well during the show. I'd like to hear your reasoning for this.
The day before the show, Mr. Elbert lent the key to Mr. Knightley.
Okay, so the day before the show, Knightley gave the key to Elbert. That's what she's saying. He went through the tunnel. Okay, got it. That's what I just went over.
The key to Knightley's cell, huh?
Mr. Knightley escaped from his cell with the key and entered the cage Mr. Keys had prepared.
Oh, so Knightley kept the keys. They just negotiated to work together? Okay, so that was part of the negotiation? Okay, escaped from his cell with the key and entered the cage Mr. Keys had prepared. I forgot about that part. Okay. All right, keep going.
Mr. Keys then moved the cage to the courtyard and proceeded to murder Mr. Knightley.
So at what point would this be? What time was that? That was during one of the recordings, but not the recording we saw. So I don't know what time that was. Because there was a recording where the cage was next to it. And that's why she has that hypothesis.
The next day, when Mr. Elbert passed through the tunnel, he did not come across the body.
Right? Because it was suspended above him. So, like, why did she think he would drop the body? Because the show hadn't ended yet, right? Because he was trying to escape during the show. So if the show finale is him flying out, then Elbert wouldn't have seen him because he still would have been suspended. So it's just like, she just thinks the body was dumped is the thing, right? She doesn't know that it was suspended as the weight. Because she was just trying to talk about how, I guess, his name is Simon, had access to the well, right? So that's where she's wrong. Okay, I don't know why I'm taking so long to, like, organize this. I just want to make sure that we know what our argument is for some reason. Okay.
Please wait a minute. That doesn't seem right at all. Wasn't there a sweet smell in the tunnel? Mr. Knightley must have passed through it.
Mr. Knightley passed through the tunnel after Mr. Elbert did. Mr. Elbert passed through the tunnel at the start of the show.
Right.
However, the body wasn't found until the end of the show because the end of the show was him falling.
Which is why you believe the body was dropped during the show.
Yes, and there was only one person who could have carried out this act.
She just has so little information. She's just like, yeah, I was just during the show. You know, I don't know. Well, he just fucking did, I guess.
The only one who could have had performed such an act is the suspect.
There was no one else who could have committed the murder.
I heard that Miss Barry was present on stage at all times. A great number of prisoners were also watching the show. Even the prisoners who did not see it to have sufficient alibis.
How about the guards?
Along with the warden, nearly everyone was watching the show.
But there must have been a chance for even one of them to approach the well.
During the show, none of the guards left their posts. That much is certain. They all testified as such.
She's left no room for oversight.
Do you finally admit that only Simon Keys could have been the criminal?
Judge Courtney has not thoroughly examined the courtyard like we have.
So there's a bit of a gap in our argument, right?
I should review the evidence we obtained in the courtyard.
We got this, we got this. Okay, let's see. What exactly do we need to do, then? Told myself I wouldn't try to figure it out too much, and we would just try to get through this. Okay, so it's the fourth statement. The only one who could have performed such an act is the suspect. So let's see. Then we're going to present Simon's device. It's not apparent to me. Yeah, the thing that was, I knew that it was going to be Simon's device, I guess. I just didn't know which statement it was on. But yeah, it's Simon's device because that's the thing that she's missing, is the fact that he was suspended. Because she thinks he was just dumped during the show. And so that's why she thinks that Elbert should have seen the body. But the body was in the tunnel, but it wasn't at the bottom of the tunnel, and she doesn't know about the device yet. She doesn't know how the ending act was, and she doesn't know that it was involved with the ending of the show. So I think that's why I would have thought it was Simon's device. I just wasn't sure which one to push it on, but it makes sense that it was that one, where she specifically says that Simon couldn't have done it or whatever. Unfortunately for you, Judge Courtney, your argument doesn't hold any water, just like the well. There was a device set up around the well here. What is this device of which you speak? Are you aware of the stunt in which Mr. Keyes is blown away by the elephant during the show? I have heard of it. It would have been right before he exited the stage. He tied one end of the length of rope to himself, and the other end to a set of weights. He was able to perform the stunt by dropping these weights down the well.
Wouldn't he have spent the whole play suspended in the air?
That's why he had a stopper attached to the weighted end. The stopper was removed by pulling another rope. Around the well, we found evidence that the weights were switched with the victim's body. This was done by the real killer in order to shift suspicion away from them. What do you think of that? It's just this is logical, if not more logical, than everything you've said, Courtney. Judging from the time of death, the murder was carried out in the early morning of the show. The true criminal had until the time the show started to set up the device.
But didn't Simon Keyes make that thing? And since he was also the one who used it, he is the best suspect. Don't you agree?
If Mr. Keyes were the murderer, he would not have needed to do that. Miss Berry.
Yes?
Was there anyone else who knew of the device he set up?
Well, let me see. Since he had to get everything out about our show approved by the people here at the prison, I'd say there were others who knew about it.
And there you have it. I see. You have indeed performed a thorough investigation, which is why I'm even further perplexed. Why do you not use your efforts for justice? My actions are not just. Who made that decision? You cannot understand even that, even now. Providing support to a defense attorney despite being a prosecutor. She's playing like identity politics here, you know? Like, you're a prosecutor. You shouldn't be helping the defense. Like, she is just like all the other prosecutors where it's like, oh, we just got to get him guilty no matter what. We just always have to win. I don't care how we win. False evidence? Sure. No evidence? Sure. I don't fucking care. Evidence is for the defense. Fuck that. It is quite unnatural. This goes against the rules. I am merely choosing to do what I think is right in this particular time. I travel down the road I have chosen. Your comprehension does not matter in the least. However, if anyone intends to interfere, I will show no mercy. Perhaps this is a calling from the goddess of law. If you intend to rebel against her divine will, I will have no choice but to hand down my verdict. Pay heed to my words. I have one more reason to suspect Simon Keyes of murder.
Well, let's hear it. Reason for suspicion.
If the body came from the courtyard, how was Mr. Knightley brought here from the detention center? Only Simon Keyes could have provided such an opportunity. Because of that fact, I find it most difficult to suspect any other party of this crime. While Simon Keyes was moving supplies for the show, he visited Mr. Knightley's cell. Does that not strike you as odd? Why else would he have brought a large covered cage with him?
Oh, that does seem pretty suspicious.
Mr. Keyes was merely that kind of person. It is entirely possible that he carelessly brought it there. It is. He's totally that kind of person. I totally understand what he means by that.
If that is possible, then it is also possible that he was assisting in the escape. Am I wrong?
I suppose I must refute her theory with evidence.
Well, it's just weird because you're saying, like, he was trying to help with the escape, but then you're saying that he just murders him. So he wasn't helping with the escape then. He was acting like he was helping with the escape in order to murder one of his friends. Again, there's no motive. Like, you have to have motive, Courtney. What kind of judge are you? You should be disbarred or whatever.
If the body came from the courtyard,
You seem to believe that Knightley was killed in the courtyard. So can you say when he was brought here?
on the day of the show, between midnight and 8 a.m. I am positive it could only have been during that time.
So after rehearsal had ended and before the show began.
The most pressing issue is, how was Mr. Knightley brought here from the detention center?
Are you certain there were no other routes?
A trial date had not been yet determined for Mr. Knightley. Since he was not a prisoner, he could not have easily entered the prison. It would have stood out too much.
Meaning no one testified seeing him there.
Well done. May you be blessed by the goddess of law. As I said, Mr. Knightley was taken into the prison through a less conspicuous manner. Only Simon Keyes could have provided such an opportunity.
Are you certain that he was the only person who had the opportunity?
Have you forgotten? This is a prison. Due to the constant supervision, it would be impossible to do anything unusual.
Then wouldn't it be the same for Mr. Keyes? Sorry, friends, I have to run. Not sure when I'll be able to watch a stream next. Oh, really? Okay, well, we'll see you later, Crispy. Hopefully it's soon. We will miss you until you're back. So have fun. I hope nothing serious has happened. It almost sounds like something serious happened, but I hope not. I hope everything's good. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you soon, Crispy. Then wouldn't it be the same for Mr. Keyes?
The warden has shown favor to the Berry Big Circus. Simon Keyes is a circus member. Miss Berry's apprentice, no less. It could only have been him. He was able to move about freely within the facility.
Love you, Crispy. Do whatever you need to, and we are always here for you on and off stream. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, if you just need to talk or anything in Discord or whatever, you know, you can always DM me, or I'm sure other people would also be glad to hear from you, so please don't hesitate. I'm not sure how many days my sister will be here, but I probably won't get a chance to watch the streams at all. That's all, no issues. Oh, I see. It's because your sister. Okay, gotcha. You see, me and Stella immediately went to like, oh no, I hope everything's okay. Love you too, Crispy. We'll see you whenever you come back. Try and have fun hanging out with your sister and stuff. I know it'll probably be anxiety-inducing, but have fun. See you later.
It could only have been him. He was able to move about freely within the facility.
It seems that you forgot to mention that.
The word forget does not exist in my dictionary. Which seems like your dictionary doesn't have all the words in it. Then it would be prudent for you to add this to your argument. Mr. Keyes may have been the only person who could move around freely in the prison. But on the day of the murder, there was a gap in time missing from the surveillance records. During that time, anyone could have done as they pleased.
Do I have proof of this gap in the surveillance records?
And the surveillance records? I said that weird. I think it would be the circuit breaker room? And in the breaker room at the prison courtyard, was it used on the night before the body was found? I don't know if this is proof. The video itself should be the proof, I guess, because it has the timestamp, right? But we know that that wasn't the time when it happened or something. So I'm just in a hurry because I have to catch a bus. Oh yeah, no problem. Damn timetables, yeah, I get you. No problem. Do I present the circuit breaker or do I present... Oh, I need to just look it up. It is the security footage. Okay, so I was right that it was the camera. Or at least that statement that I made. There we go. And present. Mr. Keyes wasn't the only one who had the opportunity. Who else would have had the opportunity? The timestamp on the security camera is off by 3 hours. This means that there was a 3-hour gap in time. During that time, anyone could have done it. If that were the case, then the murder would have created a gap in time intentionally. It would not have been a simple camera failure. Are you saying that is possible? It is possible, if you had access to this. And this is when we present the circuit breaker. In this courtyard, we found the circuit breaker for the security camera. And it was possible to access the breaker room both before and after the murder. What? Unfortunately, it appears that you have fallen short of your intentions.
Mr. Edgeworth hasn't fallen short of anything.
So, can you explain how the murderer obtained the key to the breaker room?
Oh yeah, that's right. It was locked, wasn't it? The warden hangs onto the key, right?
The breaker room has great importance even in the prison. There is no one who would be able to obtain the key so easily.
Oh, but I have you fooled.
Well, I can think of someone. What did you say? This person, the murderer, was able to get the key. They didn't even need to steal it. Because we're just basically saying it was the warden at that point.
There can't be anyone like that. Besides, the breaker to the electrified fence is in that room too.
Only one person could have done this. I didn't want to believe it myself, but I trust that my logic is sound.
The person who used the key to enter the breaker room is... gonna go ahead and scum save to be safe, but it's gotta be the warden. The murderer is... Warden Roland. Oh my! What an energetic little puppy. That's because this dog is extremely fond of sweets. It seems to detect a sweet scent on you. Oh, heavens no! I'm not even wearing perfume or anything of the sort. What the dog detects is the sweet scent of death. How poetic! However, does that not imply that I committed a murder? Dang! That's what I think. God, that looks so painful. What? The warden is the murderer. Mr. Edgeworth, are you serious about your statement? Oh, how amusing. The very thought of a warden committing a murder. Sounds like something out of a mystery novel. Precisely. Your reasoning is in contempt. Nothing of the sort. I did not want to believe it myself. But, based on the evidence, I have no choice but to believe it. The evidence proves that Warden Roland is the murderer. Or this evidence proves. Wait, what? Which one proves it? The circuit breaker, I guess? Oh, okay. Interesting. I would not have thought of that right away. It's the crime scene notes because of the sweet smell. I would have thought it was something else, like the circuit breaker. Like, wasn't that like a huge piece of evidence? But I guess the circuit breaker and this sweet smell thing are like two ends of the murder, you know? So we're gonna present that. The smell gave you away. As you can plainly see, someone has taken notice. So what did she make the alligator eat then? She made the alligator eat something, right? Was it like a... would have been like a bracelet or something. I don't know. Let's see. This police dog. He tracked the sweet smell that came from the body. And right now he is telling us that the same scent is also on Warden Roland. Ho 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 ho! You are a cruel one to accuse me of murder based on something like that. Right, Justine, darling? It appears that Judge Courtney has reached the same conclusion as I have. Mr. Edgeworth, this couldn't have been just a coincidence, could it? The key to the breaker room and the same scent on the body. If it were only one, it could have been seen as such. Is she on our side now? It appears we have reached a conclusion. Oh. We should now listen to what the warden has to say. Indeed. Until we do, we cannot close this case. This is interesting. So it's like... is there still time for it to twist? It just felt like it all just fell into place there in a couple of seconds. Didn't it? Am I the only one who's feeling that? And now she's just going to tell us how it happened? Well, I'm fine with it. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Everyone with such scary faces. So I'm the only one who could have been the murderer? That just cannot be. Not just you? Okay, right on. Why can't I be the killer? Or why I can't be. Now, why can't I? Why can't I be the killer? No, it's why I can't. Isn't that kind of funny? It's just like, just switching a couple words around here. Why can't I? I heard all about the case from Justine, darling, here. Had I committed the murder, it wouldn't have taken place inside the holding cell. But I couldn't have moved the body. I never went into the prison. I was caught up in my work. Up until the show, I was stuck in my office. Check up on it if you like. You'll find there's no record of me entering the prison. Probably because you turned off the power, right? I don't know what reasoning you had, but I can say for sure, I cannot be the killer.
But Missile barked at you, pal. You gotta be the culprit.
Oh, heavens. It's not possible. I already told you I never went to prison. If you think I'm lying, why did you check the records?
She wants us to check the records. She does seem confident. For now, all we can do is listen to her and try to draw out more information.
I do hope you understand, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, I understand all right that you're a murderer.
I hear all about the cases from Justine, darling. Here.
From Judge Courtney. Are you two close?
As close as fish and water. Are you jealous?
Jealous? Maybe a little bit. Maybe if you two could kiss for me, just a little bit.
On the first day of the investigation, she filled us in on the situation. In exchange for our cooperation, she explained the details of the case to us. How could you say that? You're so mean, Justine, darling. The truth is the truth. I believe it should be told as such.
For some reason, those two seem kind of scary.
Had I committed the murder, it wouldn't have taken place inside the holding cell.
The murder occurred inside the cell. How can you be so certain about that?
Well, everywhere else would have been under surveillance, right? And the victim's blood was found there too.
That blood was actually from when he was struck by Elbert, but I don't think it's necessary to inform her of this fact.
That doesn't mean it's proven. You know that.
But I see no contradictions in assuming the crime scene was at the detention center. But I couldn't have moved the body. I never went into the prison.
You never went into the prison. Do you have proof of this?
My. Can't you wait for me to finish? I was caught up in my work. Up until the show, I was stuck in my office.
You were in your office the whole time. Nothing strange happened?
Nope, nothing at all.
Were you looking for something?
I'm not good at tidying up. I always forget where I put everything. The other day, I even lost track of my an important piece of evidence.
How could you have made such a grave error?
If someone were to take something from me, I wouldn't even notice it I wouldn't even notice it the entire year.
I guess it will be hard to attack with the key to the break room.
On the day of the incident, I was working in my office and searching for lost items. In other words, I couldn't have gone to the prison, even if I had wanted to. Check up on it if you like. You'll find there are no records of me entering the prison.
You did not enter the prison from the entrance. But what if there was another route?
Oh my! Are you suggesting something like a secret passage? I don't know if anything like that exists.
It is my firm belief that you did possess an alternative route. That route was neither the entrance nor a secret passage. It was this giant fence right here. The route to use was from here. Right here. I guess I can say right here. Present? Is that right?
The barbed wire fence.
You would have moved nightly to your office first. This office leads directly to the garden side of the courtyard. If you had moved through here and past the barbed wire fence, you would have arrived at the prison without passing through the entrance or tunnel.
Hoo. I wonder what Mr. Edgeworth is saying. Haven't you noticed? There's a high voltage current running through that fence.
Yeah, obviously she couldn't have passed through it like that. The current to the fence could be switched off at the breaker room. And you were the only one who had the key, Warden Roland.
Most amusing, however, the breaker room is located on the prison side of the courtyard. How would the warden have accessed it from the detention center? Ah, quite right. Got you there, Mr. Edgeworth.
That's...
If there was no record of her passing through the prison entrance, it would not have been possible for her to turn off the fence's breaker.
But Warden Roland was the only one who had access.
Don't let this faze you, Miles. But if I don't have a solution for this, she'll get away. Now, Uncle Ray never said don't think, you know. It's just not good to be so stubborn about it, that's all.
But no matter how you think about it, Warden Roland couldn't have done this alone.
She must have used Dogan's help, probably, I guess, because he's a special prisoner? I don't know. Oh shit, I need to see what she says.
I am not amused, interrupting my judgment only to be silent.
Without thinking, I just blurted out objection. I have no answer. I won't let this end here.
my reasoning is not over yet. So, how did she use the breaker without leaving the detention center? It's perfectly possible. With this method.
What made it possible to turn off the breaker?
Let me just save that really quick. Her position as a warden, she had an accomplice, the timing of the incidents. I guess we already mentioned an accomplice. So, sorry. Let's try that one. Sounds plausible. It was indeed impossible for one person, but what if there were two?
Exactly. Just what I expected from you, Miles.
Yes, you had an accomplice on the prison side. Enough. I am disappointed in you, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
What's that, pal? You making fun of Mr. Edgeworth?
The inmates at this prison all wear bracelets. It would have been, Saw It, right? Saw It would have been the one? Because he's the model prisoner and everything.
If they tried to go where they pleased, they all set off the alarm. Ah!
Well, also, what the main reason why I say that is because he had the broken bracelet. So you've noticed, this is a prison after all. Not only the prisoners, but the guards too, are under constant scrutiny.
So why didn't anyone notice Elbert?
The only ones allowed to move around freely are the animals. And they certainly could not have used the breaker. But it's still possible that a person did it. Excluding the inmates and the guards, just what kind of person would you say it was? We can't exclude the inmates and guards just yet. There was only one person, one whose movement was not restricted. This evidence shows that there was someone in the prison who could move around freely. And that's Saw It's bracelet right here. I'm gonna change this one, guys. That is, it looks like the bracelet worn by the prisoners. This belongs to a certain model inmate, and it's broken. What? Just who on earth does this belong to? Oh, not so fast. Frank Saw It, the warden's favorite inmate. Uh-oh, she's looking pretty nervous. Don't you think it's strange? He managed to keep this hidden while he moved around freely in his daily prison life.
Golly, when you think about it, it shouldn't be possible.
I'd hazard a guess that this was because he was a special case. Just like Shirhan Dogan in the special cell. The prosecutor's statement is mere conjecture. You could find out by simply asking Saw It himself. It is my firm belief that Mr. Saw It and Warden Roland were partners in crime. Due to their collaboration, another route surfaces. The real route by which Knightley's body was moved to the prison. There were two obstacles that needed to be dealt with. The security camera in the front of Knightley's cell. And the electric fence in the courtyard. Both these problems could have been solved with a single stroke. By having Saw It switch off the breakers in the breaker room. Mr. Edgeworth, could you wait one moment? Do you still intend to deny it, Warden Roland? I give in. I confess. Warden Roland! No! This cannot be! Yes, it is just as he says. Frank Saw It and I were partners in crime.
No way.
You did it, Mr. Edgeworth!
Well done, Miles. At last, we have the real culprit cornered.
Like Mr. Edgeworth said, Frankie operated the breaker. But we were not responsible for Knightley's murder. What? Then who the fuck did it, dude? Like, are you gonna seriously say that right now?
Who's gonna do it? All right, I need to go to the restroom again real quick, guys, but we will get to the bottom of this bullshit. All right? So you guys stay tuned. I'll be back in just a minute.
Monday, stray.
Does it nod when I meow? Meow. That's funny.
Tuesday, Amori.
The sun shined brighter when she was here. There's no sunshine when she's gone. Only darkness every.
Whatever Wednesday.
Some hilarious pranks on Stella. They are a real picky eater, so let's make them eat poop.
Oh, come on, dude. I don't want to make stuff.
Thursday, Ace Attorney Investigations 2.
Why? Is this why they kept it from America? Is it because of Ray? Ray's just a problematic character. Just like, come here, young lady. You look pretty sexy. Come hug old Uncle Ray.
Friday, Yakuza Kiwami 2.
Oh shit, dude. Oh, I forgot about that one. That is so brutal. I wanted the gun. Where's the gun at? There we go. And I just shoot him. All right. Let's finish this shit.
Come on. So she admitted to nothing being a terrible warden. Yeah, pretty much, I guess. That's all she's willing to admit at this point. God, let's freaking find out who actually committed the murder then. I still think it could be her, but we'll see. She certainly enabled it, if nothing else. Warden Roland, whatever do you mean? Judge Courtney, would the Goddess of Law hear my confession? The Goddess of Law is merciful. She will absolve you. I think you mean that you will absolve her, because I don't think this Goddess of Law exists. Call me an atheist, but, I mean, I have doubts. I was being threatened. That's why. I had no choice but to do as I was told.
So, who was threatening you?
Sirhan Dogan, that assassin.
Dogan?
It's been going on since that man came into the prison. I will never forget that day. When we were both alone, he suddenly said to me,
I have many dogs. Here, I'll go ahead and do the voice 1 second.
I have many dogs outside the prison.
Dogs?
Loyal dogs who obey my every command.
I soon realized that what Dogan referred to were not really dogs, but his human henchmen. And that's not all he said.
You'd better watch how you treat me, if you don't want you and your family to become dog food.
I had no choice. I gave him the special cell. I gave him anything he desired.
Anything he desired. You don't mean the supplier.
That's right. Anything he ordered, I would deliver to him. An underground dealership. I was the one who won over Frankie. It was simple. I just offered him special privileges within the prison. And these underground dealings. Once a week in the middle of the night, Frankie would shut off 2 of the breakers, so I could move from my office to the courtyard without being seen by the security camera. I would go past the fence and drop the goods down the well near the prison. And then I'd sprinkle this perfume over it.
So that's the true identity of the sweet scent.
The scent of perfume was a signal for Dogen's dog. After picking up the scent, it would carry the goods to Dogen. Of course, this had to be done while Elbert was away from his cell.
I'm surprised you never found out about it, pal.
We have a strict timetable here at the prison. Mealtime, exercise. It's easy to know when he's away from his cell. And since little Rocky is afraid of Dogen's dog, I didn't have to worry about him making noise.
I didn't see this at all. You and me both, sister. That's all I'll say.
So, having full knowledge of the prison's inner workings, she made the deliveries herself. This would have ensured there were no slip-ups.
Frankie would turn the breakers back on in the early morning, and the delivery was complete. I then modified the timestamp on the security camera. You have told us a great deal. The Goddess of Law accepts your penitent confession. As the warden of the prison, how could I have done such a foolish thing? The day Knightley was killed was also a delivery day. It seems Frankie was moving the breakers as usual. But that day I had nothing to send, so I did not go to the courtyard at all.
The secret of the supply system. So then Warden Roland was. The police have been searching for Dogen's henchmen for ages. I've also been helping them, but I've been interrogating him personally in my office, but no matter how much evidence we have on him, we can't get a single word out of him.
So the reason you kept on interrogating him?
Yes, it was to find his henchmen. I borrowed all the evidence from the police and carried out the interrogation myself. I kept an eye on all his actions and examined all of his mail.
Mail? Like his correspondence chest letters.
But I could never uncover the true identity of his henchmen. This fear, it's something you could never understand. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you were listening, right? I'd say this confession clears the warden of all suspicion. Is it really necessary to press her any further than this?
Is it necessary to press her further?
I think so, personally, because that's one of my rules. That's one of my rules. We always press, but let's double check. Yep, pressing further. Hell yeah, it's one of my rules. Oh yeah, just so you can see. Boom, that's what we're doing. Boom, we're pressing further.
Judge Courtney, my questioning isn't over yet. I'm sure the Goddess of Law isn't satisfied yet either.
You mean to badger this woman further?
Even if she was threatened by Dogen, this does not prove she was not the culprit in this case. She was able to use the supply route to transport Knightley's body.
Do you have any evidence to support this?
The body gave off the sweet scent. The scent of perfume that was used to signify a delivery. Can you explain this fact?
Oh, of course. Since I have made so many deliveries, the scent would have lingered around the well. When the body was moved through the well, the scent would have transferred to it. Well, here's the thing. If that's true, then wouldn't that confuse the dog? Because you said that it was the dog that smells it, so then he knew to go get the delivery. But then you're saying, oh, well, I've done it so much, the smell's just always there. It's like, well, then the dog wouldn't know when the delivery is, right? Right? Or is it just so he knows where it is, not when it is? I don't know. That could be. Mr. Elbert also testified to this fact.
That's it. For some reason, that well gave off a nice scent. A nice scent. I don't know what it was, but it smelled sweet like candy.
The lingering scent in the well would, of course, be picked up by anything passing through. The defense rests, I see. In that case, court is adjourned.
Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything we can do?
What should I do? This is as far as I can go.
Is it over already?
Yes, Sebastian, it is. And now, court is officially adjourned. Oh, shit. There's always one more objection or hold it. Who was that?
It was Ray. Hey, hold it. It's not nice of you to adjourn things like that, Courtney Pie.
Mr. Shields. Are you objecting to the court adjourning? There is no court.
Of course not. I ain't got no objection or anything like that. Go ahead and adjourn court. Do whatever you like.
Hey, what are you doing, Mr. Shields?
Yeah, Courtney. Yeah, I think it's so funny how he calls everybody Courtney Pie. He's definitely the creepy uncle.
Whoa there, calm down, Kay. Who wants some chocolate?
Is this a joke?
You'll have to excuse me, I just have one tiny request to make. As Simon Keyes' attorney.
That's right. You're the defense attorney in charge of this case, aren't you?
Exactly. Did y'all forget? That's so mean.
But you just left everything to Mr. Edgeworth and you didn't do anything at all.
Yes, that's right. That's why I thought I'd do my job a bit.
Do your job? That hardly sounds like you at all.
It's to prepare for the trial. I'd like to ask the warden a few questions.
Surely you jest. What more would you expect her to hear from her?
Well, Miss Warden, I'd like to hear your thoughts about the culprit.
My thoughts?
Uncle Ray believes that Simon is not the culprit. It seems that Miss Warden also suspects someone other than Simon. I'd like to hear you out.
Makes sense.
Mr. Edgeworth, what's Mr. Shields up to?
He's trying to lure Warden Roland into testifying. Why was the supply route used to transport the body? I'd say it was to pin the crime on Dogan.
Ah, I see.
If he committed a murder here, he would be transferred to another prison. One with tighter security.
And that would get rid of the troublemaker.
Exactly. She wouldn't pass up a chance like that.
Hey, hold on a sec. A culprit besides Simon? What do you mean? Simon was the one who was supposed to be was the one I was supposed to prosecute. Exactly. So wouldn't it be better if the best also listened to what she has to say?
Amazing, Mr. Shields. You managed to drag Mr. DeBest into this too.
Warden Roland, is this acceptable? Oh, you. It's fine. It's fine. You understand a woman's heart.
Thank you, mademoiselle.
Actually, I've thought this over. I'd like to tell you my thoughts. You'll let me speak, won't you, Justine darling? Of course. You may speak.
Mr. Shields, awesome.
Phew, that was a close shave.
Thank you, Mr. Shields.
No, I'm still leaving the rest to you. Remember what I said? A defense attorney never gives up. The fate of our client rests on your shoulders, after all. It'd be uncool if Uncle Ray didn't put that into practice. Now then, Miles. It's your turn to show you'll never give up.
Right. Well then, will you listen to my story?
I will listen with intent.
My story. I believe that the culprit in this case could only have been Dogen. I have no idea what transpired between Dogen and the victim. It simply could have been that Dogen was displeased with him. In any case, he was the one who stabbed the victim to death. He probably had a dog dispose of the body. This is the truth of the case. The victim, Mr. Knightley, was it? I think it is a truly terrible thing.
Taking a man's life, you mean?
That's how you'd go about saying it, isn't it? If only I had been more vigilant, his death would not have happened. That's why I want to clear up his regrets. Warden Roland, how considerate. I'm sure Mr. Knightley in heaven is overflowing with gratitude.
Is gratitude really what Knightley feels?
I believe that the culprit in this case could only have been Dogen.
You seem very confident of that. How can you be so sure?
The children of this home are all good little boys and girls. Believe in yourself, believe in your friends, and believe in me and the guards. There is no way any of these hard-working children could have committed a murder.
Quite an emotional reason.
Makes sense coming from someone like her.
Is she blowing her nose into her little fox guy?
Only Dogen could be capable of something like that. I have no idea what transpired between Dogen and the victim.
And Knightley was being held in the detention center, and Dogen was in the prison. They couldn't make any contact. Don't you think that would have prevented trouble?
The prison is quite confined, right? There were many ways for them to meet.
Knightley was murdered days before he would have been sentenced to prison. Surely there weren't many ways a meeting could have occurred.
Even without a direct meeting, Dogen can still cause trouble. Mark my words. It simply could have been that Dogen was displeased with him.
What could Knightley have done in the detention center to displease him?
That was just an example. You don't have to take it so seriously. Didn't I already say that I have no idea what transpired between them? Nevertheless, you certainly are a serious one, Edgeworth here.
What's this? That piercing gaze?
Always standing straight and stiff. Very nice. Looking very clever, my dear. I think I'm about to become your biggest fan.
Nah.
Mr. Edgeworth, stay focused. It's just a flesh wound.
Right.
Is this some form of psychological warfare?
In any case, he was the one who stabbed the victim.
I'd like to hear your thoughts about the circumstances surrounding the murder.
Well, I suppose it was a simple job. During his booking, I learned that the victim had some kind of injury to his neck. He couldn't turn his neck to the right. I remember him saying something like that.
Booking. That's the process one undergoes before being locked up in the detention center.
It sounds like you don't really know a lot about Knightley.
I only know a little. In any case, he would have been an easy target for Dogen. Perhaps he used the chisel hidden in the chessboard.
Sorry, I keep repeating myself.
The victim wouldn't even have had a chance to scream.
I see. Your opinion will be a very valuable reference. Could you add those last statements to your testimony?
Aw, you're making me blush. You're so cute.
Quit doing that.
I'm just kidding. I'll continue. Perhaps he used the chisel hidden in the chessboard? The chessboard? The thing that the victim brought with him. It seemed like he really enjoyed playing chess. How could I have guessed that chisel would be hidden inside it?
The chisel in the chessboard. That fact is not known by, that fact is only known by a select few people. This was the answer we arrived at from our reasoning after all. So then, why does she know about this?
In Dogen's hands, even a chisel is enough to be used as a lethal weapon. I'm sure it would have been a simple job.
The thing is, like, he didn't bring the chessboard with him, right? Because Simon was supposed to be the one that brought the chessboard to him. So isn't that kind of weird? You certainly seem to hold strong feelings towards Dogen.
That's just natural. Remember my interrogations? That man, no matter how much evidence we had, he's still as slippery as a snake.
You've got a lot of guts.
That smug look he has on his face when he returns to his cell. Ah! Just thinking about it makes my stomach churn.
I can sort of understand how you feel.
He probably had the dog dispose of the body. This is the truth of the case.
Do you mean to say the dog threw the body into the well?
Dogen has more than one dog, not just the black one, you know. Didn't I tell you? He has henchmen outside these walls as well.
You mean his henchmen outside of the prison aided him in his crime?
Of course not. They would have been caught by the security gates. But think about it. Wasn't he the supplier? It's not hard to think that he had dogs within the prison too.
Oh? Well then, why don't you tell me the names of these so-called dogs?
If I knew that, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. In any case, it's still a possibility. Please try to consider it.
She's dodging the question. Can't I pursue this line of thought any further? Warden Roland's testimony is covered in lies. If I pick them apart one by one, her colors will surely be revealed.
All right, let's see what we got to do to pick them apart one by one. Okay, we go the chisel and chessboard, and then we present the chessboard itself. Warden Roland, you certainly are sharp-witted.
Hey, enough with the titles. Call me Patty. Patty.
However, there's something you are a little too knowledgeable about.
Who? Embarrassed? You're such an inexperienced child, Edgeworth dear.
Minor annoyance, I had to throw out $100 worth of makeup due to my infection. Oh no! He used it because bacteria can grow on it. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Stella. Man, I never would have thought about that, being a person who doesn't wear makeup or whatever. Damn. That's rough, because that stuff is expensive, dude. That sucks. Sorry to hear that. Gah.
Fight on, Mr. Edgeworth.
You said you didn't really know much about Knightley. If that's the case, how did you know about the chisel inside the chessboard?
Oh, of course, the entrance check.
Enough with the poor excuses. The entrance check. The chessboard wasn't something Knightley brought with him. It was brought to him later by Mr. Keyes. He didn't even have it when he arrived here.
That's... my mistake. I meant the parcel check.
Even if we assume that, there are still many suspicious points.
Why wasn't such a chisel immediately confiscated? Judge Courtney, did you tell anyone about the trick to the chessboard? I did not. If no information about our investigation was leaked, then how did you find out? You could not have examined this during the entrance check or parcel check. Certainly. Someone in the warden's position would never have let the chisel slip by. Exactly. So answer this, Warden Roland. When and how did you learn about the chessboard secret? In that case, I shall answer for you. It is because... I give up. Edgewood dear. It is as you say. It was all organic eye makeup, not worth, reinfection, yeah. At least there's Ace Attorney, yeah. At least there's Ace Attorney, yeah. Have to build up that collection again. I'm sorry to hear that. That's a lot of money. I interrogated Knightley. That's how I learned about the chessboard. But please believe me, I didn't kill anyone. Enough. It would appear that we have uncovered some vital information. I'll ask you to testify once more, if that's all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. No objections here. Thank you, Edgeworth dear. I'll do my best. There's something she fed to the alligator, so that's gotta come up, right? We don't have that as evidence, but there was something weird there. Well then, Warden Roland, I trust there will be no lies from here on out.
Her pool of lies is slowly drying up. Soon I will bring out her true nature.
I'll get you. My story part 2. Alright, let me take a little peek. Okay, yeah, we are really close to the end. There's this, and then we find out what really happened, and then we're done with this case. Sweet. We will get there. It'll probably be after 10, but we'll get there. My story part 2. I wouldn't go so far as to call it an interrogation. I always make sure to talk to all my new arrivals. Mr. Knightley, yes, we had a little chat. After our talk, he went right into his cell, I assure you.
That was nice and short. She's piling lies on top of lies, not realizing that it only tightens a noose around her neck.
You speak with the new prisoners, you say? That's right. I'm glad you understand. Your testimony is not solid evidence. It requires more than just understanding. Well then, Prosecutor Edgeworth, you may begin your cross-examination. A rebuttal. I wouldn't go so far as to call it an interrogation. You're certain you interrogated him the day before the show? Yes, around 3 a.m. on the 27th.
3 at night. That matches the time of death on Knightley's autopsy report.
You summoned him that late at night and he wasn't asleep. Well, a guard was attacked in Knightley's cell, remember? After that incident, we checked his cell and inquired about the circumstances. I'm sure all that excitement made it hard to sleep. Knightley was wide awake, you know. So even though it was highly irregular, you still carried out this late-night interrogation. Edgeworth, dear, you're so mean. It may have been irregular, but the truth is I had him moved. You can call it what you like. It still doesn't change the facts.
Please excuse him. I'll give my incompetent princess a good scolding later. But for now, mademoiselle, what did you mean when you said you had him moved?
I thought it was obvious, monsieur. I spoke to him in my office.
Her office? The route she used to move Knightley's body.
Please add that statement to your testimony. Of course. Around 3 a.m. the day before the show, the victim was brought into my office.
And where is your office located exactly?
You know that sign in the detention center hallway?
You mean the one that says no entry?
Yes. It's just a short walk up that aisle, about 5 minutes from the cell block. I've heard that room exits into the courtyard. Of course. That side of the courtyard is my private garden. Oh, I get it. You're going to say I used that route to move the body? Indeed. You must have been able to use it if you use that route. For now, that is merely a possibility. There is no decisive evidence to support it. But there is no other way the body could have been moved. Surely you haven't forgotten my theory about Simon's keys dropped the body in the well.
That's right. That's right. What she said.
Nah. Pursuing this point further would be hazardous.
I always make sure to talk to all my new arrivals.
What did you talk about?
What indeed? It was just trifling conversation. What kind of animals he liked, what his hobbies were, that sort of thing.
Hobbies. I assume he mentioned chess.
Oh yes, that's all Knightley would ever talk about. Now that I think about it, the note he had in his room probably had something to do with chess too.
So Warden Roland saw Knightley's note.
Mr. Knightley, yes, we had a little chat.
And what was Knightley like during the interrogation?
He was very honest.
Mr. Knightley was...
Honest, pal?
He also talked about a croissant in some kind of promo. Coruscant? Is that what he said?
En passant and chess piece promotions, I presume. Looks like he was his usual chess-loving self.
Some French term of chess I just never heard of? I don't know if I said any of that right.
After our talk, he went right back to his cell, I assure you.
If he really returned to his cell, there was no way he would be a corpse now.
I know you're suggesting that I killed him during the interrogation, but I couldn't possibly have had a motive to kill Knightley, could I? Dogen was the only one I hated, and he had no connection with the victim.
She only hated Dogen.
Please add that statement to your testimony.
Dogen was the one I hated, and he had no connection with the victim.
En passant capture is a move in chess. A pawn may capture en passant. A horizontally adjacent enemy pawn that has just advanced 2 squares in 1 move. Oh, I do know that move. I didn't know that it was called an en passant capture. Am I saying that right? En passant? Is that how it would be? En passant. I'm assuming that's how you say it. I'm sure it's not en passant. I'm gonna end passing your ass. Fuck yeah, dude. That'd be so funny. Thank you for clearing that up, Saul. I appreciate that. The only one you hated was Dogen. Am I correct?
Yes, threatening me and doing whatever he wants in this prison. That man, I will never forgive him. I will do whatever it takes to corner him. And his black dog, too. They aren't fit to live in my home.
Well, look at that. That's a crazy one. It's just running around her neck. What a crazy pose. I love it. Thanks for the clip, Saul.
She's brimming with hostility, even towards Dogen's dog. At first glance, it would seem she has no motive for killing Knightley. However, her hostility extends to anyone connected to Dogen. If I consider that, the answer will naturally follow.
It's because she found out that he was playing chess with Dogen, I guess.
She chats with the criminals? The warden sure is easygoing, sir.
Easygoing? She killed one of the criminals, you know.
Since the guy was handcuffed, it would have been a pretty one-sided affair.
Warden Roland has to be the killer. I have faith in my reasoning so far.
Okay, so then we need to present Knightley's memo, like I was saying, the thing that says he was playing chess with Dogen. On the last statement. go ahead and save. Zoomies around her neck. Enrage. Yeah, exactly. It was the zoomies for sure. Knightley's memo here. Sorry, I'm not showing you what we're doing. There we go. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to have a look at this.
It looks like a record of a chess game. Is there something wrong with it?
This was discovered in the victim's cell. It was Knightley's memo. Warden Roland, you also discovered this note in the very same place. And not just in Knightley's cell, but in Dogan's too, correct?
What are you?
Don't say that you don't know about the chessboard in the special cell. After all, you would have kept an eye on Dogan's actions down to the smallest details. No, to be more precise, it wasn't Dogan that you needed to keep an eye on.
The warden was searching for Mr. Dogan's henchman.
From the start, I found it strange that the warden interrogated the prisoners personally, since he used his henchmen to threaten harm to her family. Warden Roland interrogated Dogan to expose them.
So, what are you saying?
As you inspected Dogan's mail, you must have known that he played correspondence chess. And then Knightley appeared, with a chess memo on hand. We deduced that he and Dogan were connected. He must have arrived at the same conclusion as well. However, you went one step too far in your reasoning. You thought Knightley was one of Dogan's henchmen, who had come to kill you. So that's why you interrogated Knightley, boy. If the boss won't crack, go after his henchmen. In addition, you discovered something when you were interrogating him. Inside his chessboard, you found a portable chisel.
The murder weapon!
To Warden Roland, the chisel was a symbol of Dogan, and that was the final straw. You believed Knightley was one of Dogan's henchmen, and you killed him. It seems there will be no rebuttal. Judge Courtney, your verdict.
Though it is incredibly unfortunate, there seems to be no room for doubt. I shall announce my verdict.
Oh, she say hold it?
Twice my sacred verdict has been interrupted. Who was that? Who? Warden Roland. Oh, how strange. You guys really don't understand anything.
It would seem the one who doesn't understand is you.
Me? Oh, I understand one thing very well. There is a huge contradiction in your logic, Mr. Edgeworth.
Once she's cornered, she starts spouting nonsense. Pay it no heed, Judge Courtney. Your verdict.
I am interested in hearing what the warden has to say.
What?
I thought so. I just have one thing I want to say.
One?
Please take a good look at the autopsy report. The autopsy report, the one I brought with me. I heard exactly what you said earlier, Justine, darling. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches?
No way. Okay, so are we saying that the real murder weapon was eaten by the alligator? Is that what we're saying?
Could that tiny chisel really have made a wound 4 inches deep?
Impossible!
How could I have made such an error? Oh, forgive me, goddess of law. Well, I believe that overturns your hypothesis. What do you do now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, what do we do?
It'll be all right, pal. Mr. Edgeworth always. Whoa, hey now. He's gone all white. Hey, you're a defense attorney, aren't you, pal? Isn't there something you can do? Do that turnabout thing. make some earth-shattering objection. Uncle Ray's a hard worker, but without decisive evidence, we're just whipping a dead horse here.
Does that mean it's hopeless?
Edgeworth says it can't be hopeless.
The true killer is Warden Roland. If it is not her, then nothing that's happened fits. But the chisel isn't the murder weapon. Are there any other sharp objects here?
There are still many mysteries remaining in this case. However, we do not have the evidence to solve them at the present time. We have no choice but to continue this battle in the courtroom.
Oh, hell yeah, that's raised.
Objection. That would just give the killer a chance to destroy evidence.
Are you mocking the court?
No. I didn't mean anything like that. You look perplexed, Miles. Thought of anything yet?
The chisel is not the murder weapon. In that case, what is? It's no use. We're back where we started.
No objections, Prosecutor Edgeworth? By the way, any baseless statements will be punished accordingly.
It's no good. I can't think of anything. I need more time.
I regret to say, I have no...
No, Mr. Edgeworth. Remember what Mr. Shield said? If we give up, Simon will... Have you forgotten that sad look on his face?
He's so sad.
He was the one who suffered most from Knightley's death. If we can't save him, who will? Besides, Simon believes in us, so we can't give up.
Kay. Miles. Looks like you found a good partner. It's like Little Kay says, whenever you're backed into a corner, think of your client. Keep fighting until the very end. Isn't that the feeling you're getting? Gregory, your old man. No matter what trouble he faced, he would always turn things around to save his client. You've got his blood in you, right? In that case, you're the only one who could turn this around.
Judge Courtney, the look in your eyes has suddenly changed. If you do intend to speak, you'd better be prepared to face the consequences. Your logic thus far has been misplaced numerous times.
And yours hasn't? I don't understand why we have different scales here.
If this were to happen again, I will consider you unfit to call yourself a prosecutor. And you will hand over your badge.
That's right. My reasoning about this case has indeed been misplaced numerous times. Have I made a grave miscalculation? Wait. My logic is misplaced?
Still silent. I cannot condone this waste of time. Well then,
Mr. Edgeworth!
Mr. Edgeworth!
I will announce my verdict.
That's it! I have to turn my logic around. My logic isn't misplaced. It's been misled.
This court finds the defendant, Simon Keyes.
This isn't a court, Courtney. We're at a prison. Isn't it a little early to hand down a verdict? Yeah, it is early, because we're not in the courtroom yet.
I actually think it's rather late. Don't you agree, Justine, darling? Enlighten us.
What?
Try to remember the eyewitness account about his dog and his absence from the animal show. When I first heard that information, my suspicion immediately fell on Dogan. But Frank was
in on it, right? Because Frank's the one that saw it, and he was in on it, so that was like a lie. That's what he means by misled, right? Because we didn't factor in the fact that he was working with Roland back into that piece of evidence, right? Okay.
I'm amazed you take such pride in retelling your previous failings.
But was that not the killer's aim? What if we assumed that was their intention from the start? Of course, the chisel served the same purpose. Knightley's body was stabbed in the same spot with multiple sharp objects. This shows that he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon was removed. By soaking the chisel in Knightley's blood, the killer wanted to mislead us into thinking the chisel was the murder weapon. Why? That's because... Why did the killer want us to think the chisel was the murder weapon? Because it's not the murder weapon? Because the murder weapon was actually hid, I guess? It was the murder weapon to get Knightley expelled, to get Dogen expelled. Right, yeah, that's why. That's her motive, right? Pretty sure I got that right. Yep, okay. Check out the walkthrough, that is right. Warden Roland, you made use of this chisel's image.
Chisel's image? What are you trying to say?
Mr. DeBest, when you see this chisel, what does it suggest to you? Something like Dogen's the killer, right? Now do you understand? That's what the warden's aim was.
Ah! She wanted us to suspect the person with the chisels!
Indeed, that was our plan from the very beginning. To make Sirhan Dogen out to be the killer.
I understand your logic. It is true the warden did not think kindly of Dogen. But you understand, don't you? This alone does not prove she is the killer.
As I thought, it's not enough. The remaining chance is for me to find the real murder weapon.
If you have no more evidence, I believe this conversation is over.
I could prove it if I found the real murder weapon. It doesn't matter what you say. We did a clean sweep of this place.
It is as Sebastian says. In the end, we could not find any weapons. In other words, such proof is impossible.
No. The murder weapon must still be somewhere in this prison. As long as this exists. The security gate. You remember its name after all. Are you mocking me? It's because of those things that you can't take metal objects in or out of this place. Ah. Right. As long as those security gates exist, the murder weapon should still be here.
That also means no weapon could have been brought into the prison. In the end, we're back to the same mystery after all.
Judge Courtney.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, surely you've realized. If the real murder weapon is still in the prison, one must also consider how it got there in the first place.
The chisel was concealed within the chessboard. But the chisel is not the real murder weapon. Which means the real murder weapon must have been smuggled in somehow.
The way it was smuggled in, can you prove that?
How Warden Roland brought the weapon into the prison. You had evidence transferred from the precinct.
Yes. We borrowed all the evidence concerning Dogen. I've been interrogating him personally in my office, but...
That's it! She could have used that! This shows another way a weapon could be brought into the prison.
Okay, another way it could have been brought into the prison. Dogen's bells, I think is what it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's Dogen's bells, because she got all the evidence concerning Dogen, right? And that's probably how the bell got attached to the chisel, I guess. Here we go. Yesterday, Dogen said this.
Yes, my bells. There are only 2 in the world. Only 2? They're custom made, attached to my knife in Anubis's collar. Even though I can only rely on my ears, I can easily identify them. Alas, one has been confiscated and is not in my possession.
It's possible the murder weapon was brought in as confiscated evidence.
What?
Dogen's knife was confiscated and stored on the premises. Furthermore, a bell was attached to the knife. It can't be! The bell on the chisel! Exactly. The killer took it from the knife and reattached it to the chisel.
But the only fingerprints on the chisel were Knightley's.
The killer probably wore gloves when they made the switch. She made the chisel out to be the murder weapon by attaching Dogen's bell, and in doing so made Dogen appear to be the culprit. Furthermore, the handling of the set of evidence that this bell originally belonged to was only possible for someone with the proper authority.
Who, sir? Who had that authority?
Why don't you ask the warden what she thinks? You can find bells anywhere. Anyone can have attached it, right? I see, so you don't know. These bells were Dogen's trademark. There are only 2 in the world.
What? What?
And so, attaching the bell would naturally make you the killer. Do you have any evidence that I had the knife? You don't, do you? I love that pose she has. Of course, I understand. In that case, Mr. DeBest, I'd like to request an investigation immediately.
Eh?
Ah, but if you find it, it'd be more problematic for me.
That doesn't matter now. It is necessary that we reveal the truth. You are a prosecutor, are you not?
Well, even if you say that.
Curse this useless prosecutor. If only I still had investigative rights.
Besides, we can't investigate without the warden's permission, right?
There's no way she would approve. We have no choice but to investigate ourselves. If you don't have evidence, there's no use in continuing this conversation. The goddess of law does not smile upon those with no evidence. This will have to be continued in the courtroom.
Not good. If we give the warden more time here, she'll definitely destroy the evidence. It seems like I have no choice but to raise an objection and stall for time. But I don't have anything definite. Is that really acceptable? Is it really like me to do something this reckless? No, not good. Now is not the time for hesitation. Right now, I'm not a prosecutor, but an attorney's assistant. I need to protect my client. I'm the only one who can save him now. In that case, even if it's a 1 in a million chance, I have to take it. It's sink or swim. Should I raise an objection?
Oh, hell yeah, dude. It's one of my rules, dude. Simon looks so pathetic, I know it. Just like Ron, right? Well, you can tell he's a baby back bitch. We can tell that right away. Or whatever. It's a little weakling is what Phoenix called him. Well, you can tell he's a little weakling. That's such a funny moment.
It almost feels like I've turned into a certain bluffing defense attorney.
Speaking of Phoenix.
But right now I can't come to a standstill here.
Hold it. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what now? I just realized something. What would that be, pray tell? Naturally, the whereabouts of the real murder weapon. Dogen's knife!
Mr. Edgeworth, is that really true?
Yes.
Though it is a lie.
I find that hard to believe. This isn't a bluff, is it? You underestimate me. The word bluff does not exist in my dictionary.
This is bad for my heart.
There's no way you can know, because such a thing doesn't exist. Well then, could you enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon?
Think. Somewhere the police didn't look. A blind spot in this animal-filled prison. A hiding place the warden would have complete confidence in. Hiding place? Come to think of it.
Because the dog had it in his mouth, right?
It was inevitable, Anubis. Show them your mouth.
The same method. No, it couldn't be. Could it? But there aren't that many ways to hide things from the investigator's eyes.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting?
It's possible, but I'm taking a big gamble here.
The place the real murder weapon is hidden is here.
The courtyard.
Here? In the courtyard? Indeed. That's not enough information. Please show us in more detail. Where the real murder weapon is hidden is... the alligator.
That's it. Back then.
Huh?
What's the matter, Detective?
It looks like the metal detector has reacted to this alligator.
Really? Why?
Of course, that's why the metal detector reacted.
Judge Courtney, I'd like you to take a look at this. The chisel? Wasn't that just a fake murder weapon? Dogan hid this chisel inside his dog's mouth.
You called it, Dom. Hell yeah. I saw that coming from a mile away, didn't I?
And the real murder weapon was hidden in very much the same way. The real murder weapon is in the pond inside the alligator. What? What? We can confirm that the metal detector reacted to the alligator. Judge Courtney, please have the insides of the alligator examined. Please dissect this beast immediately. I give my consent. We'll have to call a veterinarian. I can make that little girl open her mouth. Can I help?
Oh, that'd be great if Regina could do this.
Yes, go ahead. Please. She's an alligator whisperer. Warden Roland, discovering the real murder weapon will settle this matter once and for all. Why don't you do the honorable thing and confess now? What would I confess? In that case, you can just wait for your fate to be sealed.
Ah, we found it, sir.
Just where you said it would be.
It's over. Patricia Rowland, the real murder weapon is none other than Dogan's knife. And the one who murdered Horace Knightley can only be you.
I just realized the little fox is like licking up her sweat there.
Dogan was the evil one. It was completely reasonable. That guy was one with Dogan's henchman. Him. If only he had never come to my home. I could at least still be happy. My special paradise. He ruined it. All of it. Him. That no good assassin. Him.
Is all the hair just gonna fall off? Oh, they were all alive. Oh, now she's in a prisoner's uniform. That's awesome. What a great transformation. That was kick-ass. March 28th, 12:34 p.m. Detention Center hallway.
Mr. the best of the best. We have the results.
The best of the best? Oh, jeez. Looks like even the forensic officers have it tough.
We found traces of Knightley's blood on Dogen's knife. It was just like you said. You're the best, Mr. the best.
All right, good job. And don't stop there. Keep the praise coming.
Yes, sir. You're so incredible. It brings tears to my eyes.
From sorrow?
I thought it was oh, me too, the whole time for sure. I'm glad that they're not dead, that they're all actually alive. It's like a bunch of ferrets or something, I guess.
Well done, Sebastian. Next comes the follow-up investigation.
Huh? What are you talking about, Justine? Hasn't the case been solved already?
We have not yet confirmed if Knightley truly was one of Dogen's henchmen. There was also a chance that Warden Roland jumped to conclusions.
Oh.
That is the remaining uncertainty in this case.
I wonder if all these uncertainties are going to come together, because they did this at the end of the last case. So like, well, these are the things we don't know. But whatever, let's move on. It's like, I feel like these things are gonna come back somehow, the whole henchman thing. Because I feel like it's all about assassins. Because the first one was Shelley the Killer was all of a sudden there, and he had apparently been hired, and now we have Dogen was here, and, you know, he was a big part of this or whatever. And now his whole henchman thing we don't know about, so, I don't know. We'll have to see next time.
Anyways, let's keep investigating. Hey, you there, come with me. Since I'm the best, the truth will appear before me first. When that moment arrives, make sure you don't miss it.
Yes, sir. I'm looking forward to witnessing your first-rate ability.
Let's go.
Do I get extra packs? Well, of course you do, Stella. Go ahead and give them to yourself right now if you want. You earned them. Go ahead and give Crispy one as well.
We live in troubling times, wouldn't you agree? The would-be assassin of the president was found murdered in the prison.
Knightley had not planned to assassinate the president.
The truth is not as vital as you seem to believe it to be. Not to the world. And not to the law.
Wow. Wow.
That can't be right.
Believe what you will. However, as long as Prosecutor Edgeworth remains a prosecutor, it is an inescapable reality.
A prosecutor is not someone who demands a guilty verdict. That is what I believe.
Those are merely your values. The law is not the plaything of any one person.
Well, you sure act like it is. Like, literally, she projects. Because she literally does exactly that. Because it's like, oh, whatever I say goes. I don't need evidence, whatever. Got us a law. Says it's cool, so we're good.
If you will not submit to that, you will do well to prepare for the consequences.
What's that supposed to mean, pal? Don't you tell me you're gonna...
Shh. Now then, this is where I must take my leave, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Adieu.
I finally get rid of her. Well, thank you, Stella. Stella is excited. Hell yeah, me too.
Judge Courtney is right. The law should not serve any one person's desires. However, if the truth is bent and as a result of that, can that really be called justice?
Simon!
Boss!
Got Gumshoe huffing and puffing. Hell yeah, he's had a hard day, man. He's been doing a lot of work.
What happened? They said you could come out already?
Well, honestly, I don't know for sure. And all of a sudden they were like, you're free to go and you should thank Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, that's because he found out who the real murderer was.
Really? He did? Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, no way! Even if you glare at me like that, it's useless. I'm innocent after all. You can't make me guilty.
Simon, Simon. You should thank him, you know. You're right! Thank you very much.
I want to thank you too.
Good grief, just get away from me, all of you.
Mr. Defense Attorney, can I ask you just one more question?
Yes, you may.
But I'm not a defense attorney.
I thought that Knightley and I were friends. No, I mean best friends. I always thought we were.
You don't think so anymore?
Well, I'm just wondering. There were some things I had no idea about. Like how he could hate someone enough to kill them. That's why. Maybe he never trusted me either.
Simon, that's not true.
You're lying! Because if I had known, I could have stopped him. He would have told me I had no need to be angry with anyone.
Mr. Keys, I don't think he disliked you either.
Let's show him proof that Knightley trusted him.
Proof that Knightley trusted him was the chessboard thing, I guess, right? Yep, that was right.
That's what I gave to.
Knightley hid a chisel inside it, most likely to aid in his escape.
Escape? He used me?
He trusted in you. He knew you'd bring it to him without looking into it and without question. And in doing just that, you were caught up in everything.
Knightley, you idiot!
Looks like he gets it.
Simon is not as dumb as he looks after all. I'm sure he'll be back to normal by tomorrow.
Was that supposed to be a compliment?
No, I'll be strong. I'll become a splendid animal tamer for Knightley's sake.
Excellent. That's the spirit. There you go, money. Control that human.
I almost forgot. If you like, please come to our next show.
Very Big Circus is coming today. Look who it is. Maximilian Galactica.
I'll also be performing in it. The Berry Big Circus is always fabulous and fun for all ages.
Wow, that sounds like fun. Let's go, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I'll think about it. Probably not, though.
Well, we need to get back to practicing right away. You'll be with Regent today.
What? The tiger? No way, no way, no way, no way!
It'll be fine. He's a good boy.
No way! There's no way it'll be fine. Please cut me a break, boss!
And there they go. But man, bravo, bravo. You really put on a good show today, Miles. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Shields. Without your help, she might have gotten away. Not to mention allowing us to continue the investigation. Aw, man, cut it out already. You're gonna make me blush. I never know when you're being serious. Uncle Ray is always serious. So how was it, Miles? How did it feel to be a defense attorney? To save people?
A defense attorney.
But that really took me back. It was just like being next to your old man again. It's been a while since I felt this good. It was... well...
It's somewhat difficult to say it was a good thing.
Come on, Miles. Are you sure you don't want to be a defense attorney? What? You know, pick up where your father left off. Don't you want to save people like he did? What are you talking about, pal? Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecutor. But is it really that unusual for a prosecutor to become a defense attorney these days?
I mean, if you're an attorney, you're just an attorney. It's so weird that they have that line here. I enjoyed this one. Only had certain points I didn't know what the game was searching for. Yeah, right? I think overall it was an interesting story, though. It's so complicated, but that's usually in the end. Looking back, I love the complication, but sometimes in it, it's a little frustrating. But yeah, definitely like after the fact, it's always like, wasn't it kind of cool, though, how complicated that was, you know? Like the Indy Mini one was like that.
Unusual? Isn't the problem here?
Hey, don't be so upset. It's normal, you know. Normal.
It's not.
Normal, pal. You'd all make for a powerful defense team. Mr. Shields, I am a prosecutor. And Uncle Ray is a defense attorney. That's why I'm being serious about this. Well, that's just my opinion. Feel free to drop by any time if you have a change of heart. I'll be waiting for you.
I assume we're gonna need to be working with Ray Shields again soon. I hope so, because I got a cosplay for him. But it's him being on the front cover seems like he'll be in all the cases. Was the Indy Mini the whole sister died, but she took the sister's identity case? Yes, exactly. That's exactly the one.
Follow in my father's footsteps. Me. Become a defense attorney.
I'm going to become a defense attorney just like my dad.
Should I become a defense attorney? Like my father?
Wouldn't that be crazy if this whole game ended with Edgeworth becoming a defense attorney? I would love that. That'd be great. That's crazy. A brand new episode has been added. It's called The Inherited Turnabout, because they're all turnabouts, as we know. In love. All right, and that's next week. We went about an hour over, but that's okay, because the game is great. It's a lot of fun. It's easy to go over. All right, we're going to go ahead and save here. Got some sort of detective guy in the background, so that'll be interesting to find out who this character is. All right, but other than that, ready to end this beige. Nice, thank you for the stream, Dom. Thank you for hanging out. And thank you to everybody else for hanging out, too. I know we usually have quite a few lurkers out there, and I just want you to know that I appreciate you guys being here. So I hope you guys had a good night as well. It looks like we only had 1 or 2 lurkers, but that's okay. I appreciate you guys, and everybody else who's been here throughout the night. So, for the rest of the week, we just got tomorrow, so we're going to be playing some more Yakuza Kiwami 2, so that'll be fun. Definitely check out the YouTube, and you can see it in the Discord. I posted it in the Dom chat and in the YouTube channel in my section. But there is the clip show, or I should say the best moments of July has been posted, so if you guys check that out, feel free to give it a like. That would really help me out. And yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy it. Let me know if you like it. This Sunday, I still haven't gotten a chance to talk to Papa and Aaron, but I'm just going to say we're probably going to be playing Outriders, and I might be the one hosting, because I'm definitely willing to host, but I'll have to talk to the other guys. I don't know where they're at, so, but it might be me. I don't know. I can't really say anything for certain. I wish I could, but I really can't. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, we'll figure it out. It'll be this Sunday, at the normal time. Let me flip over to this. Oh, I don't have the new schedule in there. So. But it's just like an hour shifted over on Sunday, so. But we should have Papa streaming tonight, so we can go ahead and raid into there, since we have such a small group anyways. Might as well just kick it on over to Papa. That's where I'll be going after the stream anyway, so let's all go there. Are you available briefly after stream? If not, talk tomorrow. I mean, I can be. I usually would like to get ready to go to bed. You'll just maybe just message me, just text message me, and we can figure out. It just depends how much time you need. I'm already late getting to bed, so. But yeah, just message me. We don't need to talk about it here. So let's go ahead and get that raid started. I believe Papa should be online. But yeah, if it can wait till tomorrow, I guess I would rather just wait till tomorrow, I guess. You know what I mean? Just because I just like to get to bed. I'm pretty hungry as well. But if it's pressing, I'm more than happy to oblige. I'm sure I could find 30 seconds. Yeah. So. But yeah, if it's something I can be handled in a text message, even better.
I can see Papa is still going, so we're gonna be jumping on into there. Just wanted to double check. You never know when emergencies happen and people have to end the stream early, especially since when I went late. You know what I mean? There's the raid message. It can, just off stream. Right on, yeah. For sure. Yeah, you know my DMs are always available, especially for you, Stella. There we go. Papa Wolf raid coming in. Looks like a couple of us will be in there. Hell yeah. Oh, sweet. All 3 of us. Hell yeah. Thanks, guys, for joining in on that raid. I really appreciate you. Let me jump on over here to make sure I'm going to be in the raid as well. I want to hang out with Papa. There we go. Okay, cool. We're ready to go. All right, you guys have a good night, Stella. I will look for that message, and everybody else, well, and Stella, all of you guys. Until I see you next time, stay happy, stay healthy, because I love you, and we will see you tomorrow for some Yakuza Kiwami 2. So, later.
Bye-bye. Have fun hanging out with Papa.
Do 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 do.